Right. So let's verify actually we have a bad weight balance. No, the weight balance is still out of whack. The weight balance has decided to whack itself back out of it. Even though I said it on the pre-flight page. Whatever. This is fixed now. So we have, I think we have everything to start the pre-flight preparation. We're already connected to the network. So switch on. We don't have external power here. So yeah, we're gonna have to speedrun this because we need standby power to auto. Nav lights need to come on. Hydraulic pumps all and off. Landing gear level down. Parking brake is set. Fuel control is in cutoff. Throttle's idle. We need the APU on. Then next, but I think we're gonna switch no. The IUs into align because this is gonna take a moment. Start the APU. So this thing is already running, so we can just go pause in it, GPS position, pause, route. These are correct, and we are. Ways are you? Papa Sierra 119. Flight number. Runway we're departing 24. Anything else doesn't really make much sense here. Alternate. We're going to enter our alternate briefly from our flight plan. Alternate is where is it? EDF. Yeah. There it is. It is Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot. So Frankfurt as an alternate. That's fine. That's the first steps in the init. We have APU avail. So we can continue with upper lower recircle. Yeah, all numbers are on here. Latest step. On. Trim air on. Packs 1, 2, 3 on. APU bleeds is on. Engine bleeds are all off. IRS already in aligned for nav. Good. We've done pause in it. We've done routes, origin destination flight number, activate and exec. Departure and arrival. Next step. So we have a few sits actually for getting out of here. I don't think our flight plan has taken any choices with those yet. Yeah, it just flies direct to Fleur. We need some sits here, so let's see which of these departures has our Fleur waypoint in it, because if it one of these has it, then we're gonna pick that one and fly it. There's no ETC up, so we don't need clearance for any steps we're taking, because we're out of ETC area here. We're going to clear briefly our Start squawking 200 and let us leave this a standby for now. Squawk 200. Let's put the progress on the checklist here. Select departure SID. Yep, that's what we were figuring out, if we can find our first waypoint in one of these. Yeah, 240 is this departure direction. Yeah, there's Fleur. Perfect, we have a SID already for it. Which we're gonna then use GoX2 as our departure. GoX V2. We have Fleur transition. Runway 24, exec. Perfect. Now let's check our road legs. Yeah, there's a bunch of user waypoints in here. This is the nav track, which is imported as user waypoints instead of as coordinates. We can override these, but that's fine. They should be all correct anyway. Can we switch you to plan? And also I figured out how to yeah, we're a bit far. It is. I guess we need some more zoom range. Yeah, okay, there's my track. I was so far zoomed in that the entire departure track is missing. So you fly past Goksev, Viksev, and then Fleur. Alright. And then Fleur here. There's no seeming speed limit right now, but this is gonna come in later. So gonna have to resource that from the flight plan. But this is a later configuration. Arrival, we are leaving that one for now blank because we are so far away from it, but we really don't need to program that yet. Route. Yeah, we've done that. Legs, verify. Done that. Init rev. Route. Destination. Alternates, we've done that. Perfinite. See a fuel weight reserves. Reserves configured here in flight plan. Where is it? Final reserve 4.5. 4.5 reserves. Cost index 60. Cruising altitude, at least for the first bit here, is 333, I think. 340 it's using here on that track. Something Ellery at 333, or it's a bit of a strange choice. It also, no, he has the Mach number. I was about to say it's changing the Mach number while cruising in the thing here. Yeah, it's flying on that track on 3.4, which I think it's not quite supposed to be done like this. Tap on the right. Thing is, the current NAT track, if you look this here, doesn't list anything. Like, none. Yeah, thank you, Christian. There's nothing listed here. So, I guess I trust my flight plan that I'm flying on 340. Yep, it's gonna be the cruise altitude for most of the flight. I'll go, though we then step climb to 350 in Europe. Eesh. Alloy is also crossed at altitude. Like, it's not really making too much sense for me. Yeah, 340 at alloy. Yeah, that's what's noted here. I think also my flight plan. I mean, I can check here, but it's issued onto my aircraft here. What do we have here? Cruise altitude 330. Like, alloy is passed at 340, and then net key at 350. Here, I think we'll just operate with 340. Right, exec. This should also now, if we check here, legs populate a bunch of this stuff. Alright, so thrust limits, we will use Toga here. We use, as I calculated, a D rate of 51 degrees assumed temperature. This setting here, takeoff setting. Flaps, it counts at 20. Because, yeah, we're gonna need every little bit of flap out of here. Center of gravity, 19. Trim of 7 degrees. Next page, rev data. It is a temperature of 4 degrees. Wind at 230. 15 knots. knots headwind, 3 knots crosswind. Right. This page. So, and then the V speed, it calculates 140 up here for V1. We use the lower. V2 VR at 150. This calculates 147. We're gonna use 150 though. And then V2 is, we stay on 164. So that's our thrust limit, takeoff configuration, VNAV, check transition altitude. Altitude enter already. Good. We're gonna need to change that when we're descending back down, but that's fine. For the departure, this is okay. So this done. Now the IRS is already set. The electrical panel, battery switch on, standby power auto, utility is on. The internal lighting as required right now. We don't really need much internal lighting because it's still sunny. Hydraulic switch is still off. Generator control all on but faulted. Yep. Sound power switch is off. Yep. Emergency light. Go armed and then close the lid. Fuel panel. Cross feeds on, fuel pumps off. Yep. Window heat is on. The wing and anti-ice also auto. Okay, auto. Yaw damper, we actually found it. It's hiding up here on altimeter, set local. I got that one earlier. 296. So, 296 set. Wing NTI is even for a conditioning panel. Light panel as required. Let's switch strobe wing lights. I think wing light is not needed. And that one on. We're gonna use terrain on the radar. Yeah, there's some terrain around us on departure. So let's put that on both, I think. Zoom this one a bit more out. Eights are here. Because we're gonna need this one soon then a bit. So, altitude we need to set that one initially. Flight directors need to be turned on. Auto brake throttle armed. Autopilot disengage bars up. Bank limit needs to be set to auto. Heading select for runway heading. Which, let's double check what is the runway heading of this runway. 2410. For 1. So, runway heading set. Comms panel, we should be desperately set our frequencies here. This is radio. Oh, wait. I tuned the wrong radio. 228. So, because I forget this, they both tune, sets both of them up on the same radio. 1215. Guards tuned on the second radio. So, aircraft is set. What do we need next? Pilot display, we may want some brightness in that one. Because we're done now with the FMC programming, I think, for the most part. And getting also like quite a European style departure here, so that should make it a bit easier for getting out of here. So, flight instrument brightness, this is I think configured here. Yep, a bit brighter. So, maximum brightness, let's turn the brightness on these up as well. So, brightness up. Auto brake selector reject takeoff. Landing gear level still down. Fuel quantity, verify this. We're also gonna check the fuel page. Fuel quantity 69.8, which, if we check our operational flight plan here, 699, we've burned about 100 kilograms of our fuel. Our minimum departure fuel is 68.5, so we need to speed up for sure. We can't waste any more time, really. Minimum departure. Oh yeah, we forgot to pre-select our modes here. LNAV, VNAV, and also trim in the departure speeds. Let's just check them again. Index, takeoff. Yep, here 164. So one. I've seen also somewhere else the this speed set to actually V2. Or someone else has done that as well, which we might as well use that. Try that out. You know, it will climb at V2. That's the entire point of V2. It's the single engine outspeed. So this will totally climb out on V2. Like there's no problem with V2. Quantity verified. Speed brake lever retracted. Thrust levers idle and stored. And reverse stored. Parking brake is still set. Flap lever is idle. Fuel control switch is cut off. Transponder is in standby, but because we're gonna start up in a moment, we're gonna set this to TCAS R8. Seatbelt sign needs to be switched to auto. So, and now checklists. Passenger signs, MCP, speed, CDU pre-flight. We need to do our trim, which is 7 degrees. Taxi and takeoff briefing, and we need to set the beacon light on. Taxi briefing. Let us briefly go through the charts for our briefing here. So we will be flying this departure here. Our departure will clear transition. Uranium climb gradient of 300 feet per nautical mile to 5,100. Climb track. Then this track, then to Fleur. This is all done with our FMC. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet for our initial climb altitude here. So 7,000. That's trimmed in. So. Yeah. Aerodrome chart. We have a takeoff from 2-4, so we are parked here right now, so we will be doing a straight to pushback onto Delta, and then do a sharp turn, and then turn in on Echo to do a full-length takeoff of runway 24. That's very easy to do. So, taxi and takeoff briefing done. This is before taxi checklist, so now we can start the engine startup sequence. APU verified on, APU generator, hydraulic pumps, all to auto now. Fuel pumps all on. Using those tanks that are fuel, but we don't have any fuel in the center tank, as far as I can know. We should check that. Fuel. No fuel in the center tank, a lot of fuel in the main wing tank. So, fuel pumps on. Beacon on, stab trim is set already, rudder aileron trim 0. 0. Okay. Transponder mode already set, seatbelt sign on. Before start checklist. We've already done that one. Engine start, pushback. We're gonna start, however, with starting up engine number 1 and engine number 4, and then that was, I think, out of sequence. You first flick the starter and then the cutout switch. So we can just switch the bleed air for all engines on while we're at it. So. Just verifying that there's no ETC that has come online suddenly without us noticing. Quebec traffic advise. UPS 119 heavy pushing back onto Delta. So, that's it. Engine number 1 is up and running. Let's start the startup sequence for the next engine. And in the meantime, connect the pushback card. Although it could be that we... I mean, I have forced the flight sim before to push me back when it isn't able to, with the key shortcut. Yep, there is a pushback tuck that you can't see. Precisely. Okay, so engine number 2 coming online slowly. Roll up engine number 3. Sorry, engine number 2 now. Start engine number 2 in parallel. Engine number 2 coming up in parallel now. Want at least engine 3 to be running fully before we ignite engine number 1. Secondary engine display. Looking on the pushback. Yeah, we need to stop, I think, our pushback in a moment. We're slowly getting pushed into grass here. I kind of need to like do the full turn here around, but I think my wingspan is also too large to really do that. So, engine number 4 coming up. Let's do the flight control check briefly here. Left rudder. Right rudder. Not rudder. Aileron. Jesus. Elevator down. Elevator up. Left rudder. Right rudder. Neutral. Okay. So engines running. APU off. Checklist display. DIS recall. We need to do that briefly. FMC message. There's no FMC message. Quite literally, there isn't it? Oh. Insufficient fuel. Now that's a fun one. Because the aircraft has sufficient fuel according to my calculations, so... like, more than sufficient? Sure. Recall, nothing. Sure, that's a reassuring message. Flight controls checked, ground equipment clear, APU off. Before takeoff, set flaps. Right. So now is the fun part of turning this aircraft around. Let me do the DC3 trick. We're gonna drop the left engines into reverser and rev up the right engines to rotate the aircraft. Yep, I know what I'm doing. Thank you, model aircraft, but like we're trying to turn this aircraft basically on the spot and nothing will otherwise do. We're moving at 0 ground speed. I'm gonna just reset them anyway in a moment. Back to being fully under synchronous control as soon as I move the throttle a bit. It will just snap them all together again. And the best way of doing it, here we have a wind hasn't changed suddenly. Good. No. So, flaps set for takeoff. Asymmetric throttle done. Taxiing. Quebec traffic advised. UPS 119 heavy taxiing via Delta Echo to holding point runway 24. So. Selected. Oh yeah, landing and takeoff lights. Got the taxi lights. Even though it's daytime still, but not for long. Not for long here. Quebec traffic advised. UPS 119 heavy entering runway 24. If I set DerGeneralFluff is all set up. Wide turn onto the runway here. Having again a problem with a turn here. The aircraft takes forever to turn. Again, I'm gonna use a bit of differential throttle to get this fast over with. I think this would be far easier doable if I had rudder pedals with which I could do differential braking, but without those, this is the next best solution for getting this decade turned in our takeoff direction. Initiated my turn too early. I'm gonna hold a bit straight and then continue our turn in. So this is good enough. We're gonna have to do a turn immediately after starting roll. Flaps extended. Give me a moment here. So stabilize. So stabilize engines at 40% N1. I'm in departure again. Quebec traffic advised. UPS 119 heavy. Taking off runway 24 via GoX 2 departure. Throttle rev set. alive. 80 knots. 100 knots. V1. Rotate. Airborne, positive rate, gear up. I'm noticing I have my map range still too low. Start flap retraction. Drop the nose here to accelerate. Continue flap retraction schedule. Correct traffic advice, UPS 119 has the path of the runway. Flaps up. Departure checklist complete. It wants me not technically to turn this early, but... bit trouble, I guess. Less climb rate. Let's just slowly nudge the aircraft into position. Especially because it's like the auto throttle is, I think just 7,000 feet now from our departure here. We're sort of slightly overshooting our turn here. That's fine. At the end of the world. 7,000 feet. I think we're gonna continue our climb now. At the moment. We're kind of overshooting our altitude right now. I wanna get back on track. Oop, but descending quite hard. I need to turn that sharp autopilot. We're getting back on track anyway. Slowly but surely. So, checklist's complete for now. Recall. Where is align mode C? Huh? I don't know why that isn't showing up, because we sure have aligned our IRSs a while ago. So why is it showing and telling us that IRSs are in align mode? So let's verify we don't have any traffic above us right now. There's traffic coming, high altitude, so let's begin our climb here. Let's do intervention. I will continue and flying a bit till we reach 18,000 feet, I think. hand flying is fun, and you don't get it too much. We have a long flight ahead of us that the autopilot will take care of us, so yeah. And there goes the chime for the seatbelts. Past 10,000, the aircraft wants to accelerate further. Passing this waypoint here, which means we're getting into another bank. Trying to follow the flight directors and I still overshoot corners badly. I'm gonna get back on track anyway. Gonna get on track here eventually. Also just intercept at some point. No track here. So, and we're gonna continue our climb here to initial cruise altitude of 3,300. As we're passing 18,000, we will switch to standard. And switch on the autopilot. Which immediately yanks the aircraft massively to the right to get it back onto the path. So, past 10,000 a while ago, so we can get the landing lights up. So I think we have everything now. Departure complete. Quite the success. Now we can grab ourselves a chart for EDDK. Because, I mean, we have a few hours, but we can mull over the chart for a few hours here. So this is that chart. Although we can try getting the weather for Cologne, but like, is it gonna matter in 2 hours, in like 6 hours time what the weather is? It's like, because yeah, we're definitely a few hours out, right? We need to get back to that track requesting here. So, well, we're climbing here up to 3,300. We want to I don't know how I can quite see when I arrive at certain waypoints, because you can select speed here, but you can't enter a waypoint that you want to test. It just tells you, you know, where you're next gonna be. I don't quite get that yet. We're flying to Fleur. Ellery is gonna be our net entry point, which is quite important because of that. What is it saying of cruise altitude into the net is? Flight level 380. Well, VNAF, didn't we say cruise altitude 340? Sure, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. What else? Alternate perf. Supposed to be here also. Winds. This is obviously important, the wind data. We have a lot of time, so we could enter that stuff manually, I guess. This is for AdNav. We don't need that either right now. Somewhere here it says you can see what the altitude it wants you to fly on. Like there's a recommended altitude, but like it, I don't know where to find it because it's, you know, it's somewhere in here, but like just not in a logical place easily. Position is this thing. Yeah, this is the ATC page, but there's not much in here. Holds, you can configure hold at any point here, which is neat, but not what I need. The progress page doesn't tell me. Yeah, it says I have a negative fuel at my destination, so that's fun. Sure is something to say. You don't want to really see, because I should obviously have also my alternate fuel as well. So I slept on my fuel check, but I guess I can do this. 655. What we expect at passing from this waypoint here at Fleur, and we have 2 tons more. So currently this seems more than fine, but it could be that the fuel factors here are wrong. That's why we're getting interesting results. But we have now an ETA for Ellery, which is 4 minutes after midnight Zulu, which means it's in 1.5 hours before we reach Ellery, which is the NAT track entry point. So we have a bit of time before we need our NAT track clearance here. But yeah, I don't know where that stupid page is. It's somewhere in here, I know that. You can see this. That is the SINT forecast. Nothing here. So obviously doesn't do anything right now. Legs page is the legs page. the routing one, which just has all of our waypoints as well in it. So that's useful, I guess. Not really. Way further out. 320 knot miles. There's an SD marker here. Is this SD? And there's an SC step climb. That's instructing us to step climb. Ah, there it is, I found it! It isn't the VNAV page, it's the second VNAV page. Optimal flight level right now is 350. Is 347. So we're gonna just... So we're gonna probably want to enter the NAT track here with... So he's flying odd, he's even, odd. Yeah, it's odd in this direction here. What is our maximum right now that we can do? 384. So we should be able to climb to even 390 at maximum. With an optimum cruise altitude already. Yeah, it wants to step to 380, which obviously we can't step to 380. We can't do that. Can we tell it to do a step climb to 370? Key not active. Okay, you can't change the step climb configuration. You cannot change the step climb. Okay, fine. Ah, and there, actually grab 370. So, okay. There's a step climb, and it wants to do that before we, after Saphire, before we reach our oceanic track. So we're gonna fly oceanic track at 370. That makes a lot of sense. Before we reach Ellery at 370. The aircraft is smarter than you when you enter actually the numbers correctly. And we're about to reach our first step cruising altitude. We could climb to 350 though as well. Let's stay at 370 for now. 330 and then do the step climb later. Coming in from London Heathrow on 350. He's kind of on the wrong altitude. Back because we're reaching cruise for a bit. Tab 3 is as it's informing us insufficient fuel again. After having finished our step climb here. Progress page. Well, it does suggest now that we have at least fuel at our destination, but obviously it's like, hey, you're getting into your final reserve, and that's. Yeah, that would be a bit of an issue if we actually have to do that. But our E4B here suggests we should have in Cologne about 13 tons of fuel left. So our fuel checks will definitely be quite important because we had about 2 tons extra on the first waypoint. we checked at Fleur, we had about 655 there. We are going to need to check now at we've technically reached now, but it's unreliable on this calculation. And the next waypoint would be Taffy in. Well, when are we expecting Taffy here right now? Taffy is expected at 2247.6 Zulu. 2247, so in about was that 8 minutes? 8 minutes till Taffy. We have 63.9 tons on board, and 60.5 is what we expect at Taffy. So we can easily afford this thing to burn 1.5 before we are burning more than on the previous leg. Right, we should look outside a bit. There's a bit of sunrise still to be had right now. We should enjoy that for a bit before we have to descend after all back down, before we get over the Atlantic and before the sun is taken away from us, because we're flying the opposite direction this time around, flying into the night. The rail series, despite me dispatching here so late, what's our expected time right now at Progress EDDK? Expected time of arrival is 5:40 AM my time, 40 local time. So the sun is gonna not have risen for quite a bit of time. Let's check here. Sonnenaufgang. Yes, thank you. So today 6:18. So but wait, this is these funny times here. So yeah, I think we'll see some sun when we're coming in at Köln. Because from our scheduled expected arrival time here, oh yeah, it's building fuel right now, but a lot. This thing is calculating badly, I think, because we're building right now a lot of fuel. We've already like made up like a full ton right now, so yeah, I think we're not having to worry too much about this. But yeah, it's roughly our landing time. We go from nautical twilight to civil twilight, meaning there's no sun above the horizon, but it won't be dark anymore. Right. And if we check here right now, although during the civil twilight the sun actually starts rising above the horizon a bit. The sun is definitely still above the horizon. And because we're flying at high altitude still, you can see the sun earlier. But this is there's an entire quirk with how the Earth is curved and refractions of the atmosphere. That means that the sun rises, actually the sun still being below the horizon. So there's technically definitions based on when the sun has risen that are because here this is explained here with how many degrees, and the horizon line here is stepped over when it's actually sunrise, but really you can see the sunrise actually during civil twilight here, Nautical twilight is obviously still quite dark, and astronomical twilight, well, it's not really distinct from night. It's not that distinct from the night. That's for sure. Iris Align Mode C. Still don't know what that means. 2 or 3 irises. Can we check the state of our irises? Because they might be out of whack a bit. POS. POS in it, but it doesn't tell me where we are right now based on the IRSs. And all of them are in nav mode, they're not in align mode anymore. So, not great. Taffy here under 20 nautical miles. We should be bang on Earth fuel here, probably. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I guess it's under 20 nautical miles, and then like I look up there, it's like, yeah, it's telling me it's 12 nautical miles. Silly me. Silly me indeed. What is our ground speed actually? Ground speed 524 knots. We're getting a decent chunk of tailwind here. That's probably setting off the progress page. That's probably causing the progress page some things. What is here the... Thinks that going a flight level up will cost us 355 tons. Also wants to fly the lash track at 340, so that's a bit low. It's low bobbling it a bit. Coming in. Tons of 350. Boeing 703. That's a Boeing 707 300. It's definitely an interesting airplane choice. Yeah, he's also flying from Pan Am. Yeah, that's 2,900 hours. Okay, cruising. Currently still in Unicom. He needs to switch over soon. 3,200. He's flying from Montreal out over to. Where's that? Over into Toronto. So a short hop for him. Streaming that one as well. Put that in there because there's also a requirement if you advertise your stream and your flight plan that you need to. Aww. 132.200. We got ATC suddenly. 132.200. That has Moncton Center has come online just now. UPS 119 Heavy, flight level 330.
UPS 119 Moncton Center, squawk 3101.
3101. Squawk 3101, UPS 119 Heavy.
Moncton Center, good evening. Primary 4211 passing 30,000 for 360.
Primary 4211 Moncton Center, hello, squawk 3102.
3102, primary 4211.
UPS 119 Moncton Center, identified flight level 330. Primary 4211 is identified passing flight level 294, climb to flight level 360.
Going up 360, primary 4211.
Yeah, 350 would probably be the optimal for that track right now. At least at entry. Some ATC coverage going out now. But Moncton Center is still not technically these guys, yeah, so I wanted to try out, can I selected airstream mode. Yeah, I can intervene this way. Yep. That was why I was stupid. So I don't have to take it out of VNAV or anything. You can just pull the switch. In the 737 there's an extra button for speed intervention. But it doesn't exist here. You can obviously switch between knots and not knots, but this is good enough right now. Gonna let VNAV right now determine our speed and everything, and we're gonna continue monitoring here. We have still some time until we reach LB. Shown here over an hour still, so and we have like at least we can only file the requests. I think we can request already, yeah.
Canada 859 Moncton Center, squawk 3105.
I didn't even hear that there, Canada flight. He's so far away. I didn't even hear him.
Canada 859 is identified flight level 360. Canada 859 is identified flight level 360.
Yes, yeah, Canada flight, yeah. It's just not. could start dialing in wind information from our operational flight plan here. Taffy Ellery. And for these waypoints here as well. In a wind at a higher altitude.
Center, good afternoon, Etihad 1, Super Flight level 400.
1 Lincoln Center, Squawk 3106.
Wind is a bit lower at high altitude, but it's also not blowing too well behind us actually anymore. This is currently at 240.
Cadet 1 identified to flight level 320, correction, flight level 400.
Roger.
We can see our step climb marker right now. This is our map basically zoomed out as far as it can because we're just barely seeing Allah right now. Step climb marker is at 320 here. My op flight plan here has some funny shenanigans in it because it wants us to climb here to 340. And that's obviously wrong because you fly this direction here at all altitudes. But mine decided it wanted to fly at an even altitude. Sure, whatever, we're gonna sort that out. 737 8000. Otherwise there's not really much traffic around us right now. Check our flight plan here for when we exit and enter certain control zones. We have here as long flip on that. Yeah, we're in Moncton. Why the hell it ever put us in Boston? I don't understand. It gives me very much out of Boston. Yeah. Montreal. Also, it puts us briefly into the Montreal zone where we definitely aren't. There. Flying on Moncton, and then before we even hit Allery, hand it over to Gander like nearly an hour before we go actually to Ellery. Gander is obviously... Oh, I think this belongs here to Gander, this area here. It's just that Moncton has control over Gander as well. This sector here. Is I think this waypoint here. Yeah, Ellery is here just off the coast. Yeah, Ellery is, I think, as far as I can tell, in his control zone technically. Just there.
98930.
Jesus. You sound like
Aircal 989 Moncton Center, Squawk 3110.
3110.
You don't sound human much anymore.
Echo 989 identified for level 380.
30 Pilot Club 989.
Apologies, Pilot Club 99.
Terrain map off, yeah. That's the weather radar. That isn't particularly well working. What is that for it? But, whatever. Obviously, you know, we could keep terrain on, but like, it's not like we have too many mountains up here. I mean, 330,000 altitude briefly as a short demonstration here. If I can type feet in kilometers. That's 10 kilometers above the ground. Yeah, we're higher than Everest, so for reference, it's all like the highest you can fly a jet aircraft. Not even close for this one, yeah. Yep, our optimum has climbed now to flight level 350. The climbing of the optimum is pretty damn slow, so I think we're gonna probably take it and fly on 350 the NAT truck. Oh, we forgot to actually do our fuel check. Dumbass. All the radio handover there. Although I think that happened after it, so it's extra fun. My dumbass forgot to check the fuel on passing the waypoint. I mean, we could do some extra funny science and try figuring if we can see it.
Primary 4211, leave my airspace, Boston's closed. Surveillance terminates, change on frequencies, good day.
122 Decimal 8, thanks for the great service. We'll see you next time. Have a good evening. Take care, Primary 4211.
Okay.
We already passed the waypoint. I mean, at this resolution you can't see shit, but that's not 1080p. Blind person can see that. I mean, I think Tellery is already behind that point. It's definitely not ahead anymore. I think this is roughly where we're passing it. Or not. I think that's even after it. I think that's also Mallory. As far as I can read, but like obviously the reading ability is not easy. Okay, that's me entering the code. That's probably after it. Already past the waypoint. Oh yeah, well, arrival time at Ellery is also actively changing right now, so that's fun, because that needs to be accurate as well. My aircraft just got yeeted into the sky here. I did nothing. Yeah, altitude alert. just gonna do a few check at Ellery. It's fine. But this was a fun one where suddenly our aircraft decided to yeet itself into the sky. We've had this before with the C700. Yeah, there's Tellery still ahead at this point. That is about 20 minutes ago nearly. I think it wasn't. Let me do frame by frame step through here. So that's Tellery passed. There is 62.5. We definitely passed Tellery, and this is 62.5 in the tank. You can read. I can read that. Probably not the stream again readable, but in the original stream you can see this is 62.5. Yep. We are. The fuel check, as far as we know, is.
At 1, leave my airspace. Boston center's offline. Surveillance terminates. Change over frequencies. Good day.
It is calculating with a max speed of 0.83. Is this actually what maybe enough? Yeah, I need to expect here. Yeah, we're starting to really build fuel for the destination right now. We're expecting fuel at Ellery at 48.6, and our flight plan here is expecting Ellery fuel at Ellery fuel here. Huh, still lower. This is expecting that we have less fuel at Ellery than we currently have in the fuel. Thanks. This is
483 Mountain Center, hello, squawk 3111.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people I can't hear because we're still too far away from them. But I think the step climb here, what is sort of causing this, because you see like this aircraft, we are having 2 tons in excess above our flight plan, and as soon as we do the step climb, this thing goes boom and eradicates everything out of it.
Tons 483 identified, flight level 370.
Is this an 8 or is this 5? 853 is the speed it wants to fly at that altitude. The question is that more efficient? Not sure. Can I actually manipulate this, just force it to go to 350? Because we can obviously override stuff. Nope, it did not like me doing that. I'm gonna do this. So I guess I need to do a few more. Can I do this with a flight level 350? Let's see. My brother in Christ, we can for sure enter these numbers. I know that. Can I tell it to fly certain speeds? And I mean, if I fly faster, it also gets me faster to the destination, so it's like... I mean, if the airplane guesses right now that we have at least fuel at the destination, we can take the risk of it working this way. does actually get some light into the cockpit. It's got dark very quickly here. Dim this a bit. Let's lighten this thing. And then perhaps decrease the brightness on the panels here. That's these lights here. Slight decrease. Does not need to be lit really. One click maybe. It's the map light. It's the empty contrast, it doesn't seem to do much. So decrease these slightly and then decrease them here. So that's right here. One click. Let's take it honestly off here, but like keep it on there. So, bit of lighting in here. Slightly cracked globe lighting also. There's not much you can see at this point. It's just dark inside. It's like if I told you, you know, the Earth stopped rendering, then like, yeah, I believe you because there's nothing. It's like, I know the stream is also dark additionally than what I can see, but like, I can tell you there's nothing. I can see just black. Also, this livery is black completely. So yeah, I cannot see anything. Oh, that was a mistake. And that's not good because that pauses the flight briefly and that can cause trouble. But obviously if you did it only for a second, that's not too bad. Just slowly, very slowly.
Radio check. Radio check.
Photo 2x5.
Alright, Moncton Center, November 7-12, Mike Hotel is a Cessna 172 at 1,000 feet. We've just departed Charlie Alpha 3. We're going to be going direct to Charlie Yankee Golf Romeo, and we're planning on 3,500 feet for our cruise altitude, requesting flight following.
For 712, Mike Hotel, Moncton Center, Squawk 3112.
3112, 712 Mike Hotel.
say the engine telemetry. Nope, they aren't.
712 Mike Hotel is identified at 1,700. The Charlottetown altimeter is 2988.
2988, 712 Mike Hotel. What was the other thing you said?
That's it.
Okay, 2988, 712 Mike Hotel. Also, could you just explain what you typed? Just curious.
I'm sorry, say that again. Explain what?
Just what you typed to the pilot client.
Yeah, for the altimeter?
They're talking about
Is that what that was? I just, in the, like, chat on the, pilot client.
As far as I'm concerned, you don't need anything in the pilot client right now. Just give you the altimeter. It's 2988. Just set that in your aircraft. You'll be fine.
Okay, so yeah, thanks, we got that, 712 Mike Hotel.
So once you might tell, sorry, I just kind of saw what you probably were talking about. I did not mean to send that over the text chat there, so disregard that.
Yep, we'll disregard 712 Mike Hotel.
Okay, there's some funny shenanigans. Here we go. At 23:46, we're expecting to start our step climb, yeah. Thing is, will it ever actually get to 350 on top of the optimum? The thing is, we can't tell it to be like, no, we don't want to step climb to 370, we want to do a step climb to 350. Or maybe we can, and I just can't figure out how to tell this thing to do its altitudes on the routes page here. Should be overridable then, because you know I can get it. So. Invalid entry. I can read this entry and you can't enter the same value that it produces back into it. Why though? Huh? Do I need to write out the altitude fully? Nope. That's not it either. What do you want? Like, it is possible, as far as I know, that you can do stuff like this. I had to do overrides here. And it wants to climb also up to 3410 by Radeon, so. Can't even do those climbs yet. So. Yeah, I think we're gonna take the 370 climb and just fucking take it. Don't care too much about it. Just accept that one. Altitude. we should get up to flight level 490 as alternative entry altitude. Max altitude 390. Expected Mach number 0.85. Oh. Do this, 85. Okay, we want tracks S, gallery. Is Gander here? Time of entry fix. We see this here at just after midnight. Example is here available here. In 4 fours. Next, because I wanted to check the formatted ones for the thing is I probably want to request my step climb before So, doesn't tell us actually how we need to format the numbers, so guess we're gonna do it this way. 0001. We can have 3 minutes worth of drift. I hope we don't get more than 3 minutes on our track artillery. Although we have still when are we gonna get to our step climb start? Grand Lakes. So, I think it's enough here actually on this page. Step climb at 48. Still a decent chunk out. Wants to stop the step climb. I need obviously clearance before that, and I need my gallery clearance way before that. So I'm dependent on the controller this time around actually giving me clearance to climb. So we're gonna get our altitude clearance here. We get closer to step climb marker. Fuel numbers keep creeping up. Yeah, that is still a decent chunk of time actually away. 23:48 it says that the step climb. But the step climb is also like not that far away from me. I know. But we could zoom in a bit on what the navigation displays. And it's 80 nautical miles. So you sometimes lose a bit track of, you know, how close things are. You surely do. Let's switch this off here. Terrain on here and then switch back to the weather on this one. Switch it off. Weather on. So 80 nautical miles, this might be you saw. Because I need to do more requests. Early. Let's do our request here now. Even though we are, according to the FMC, nearly 10 minutes out also for actually starting the step climb as well. But I want to know if I'm allowed to step climb in his airspace. Which is probably permitted. There's the VFR flight over here.
Moncton Center, ISAIR 631's with you, flight level 320, from big climb into active 340 at waypoint Messi.
Sir 631 Moncton Center, hello, squawk 3113.
3113 the box, ISAIR 631.
UPS 119 heavy requesting step climb to flight level 370.
UPS 119, climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, UPS 119 heavy.
0631 identified, flight level 320.
Starting our step climb now. Although we will go to V-speed level. Vertical speed 1000, this will take a bit of pressure from the engines. So, we've started our step climb here. Now we can submit the NAT request here, NAT track entry. So we can lower this down to like 0 at this point because we're not coming in that fast. There we go. So, machine deployment request. A current TMI 87. Track 56 clearance.
Moncton Center, ISO 631.
631 Moncton.
Can we use times 2 sim rate?
Sorry, say that again?
Can we use times 2 sim rate for ISO 631?
ISO 631, unfortunately not on the network. It'll probably boot you off.
As far as I know, it's allowed for the code of conduct.
So 631, yeah. Even if it doesn't, unfortunately I can't allow it. Probably someone to supervise it pretty quickly here. Not on my end. It'll just automatically happen.
Walk out. ISO 631.
I-631. Yeah, I think on a time acceleration or something. Yeah, I'm doing step climb in part, so we're not conflicting with him, because he wanted to step climb by going to 340 at some point in the near future. And oh, my speed is fast. I'm noticing we're climbing a bit fast right now, because we're climbing quite literally into the... Yeah, we're coming up to cruise altitude here. Because yeah, it had increased our speed up to... No wonder it was running the engine so hard. Because it was... it had ignored that we had switched the speed mode over. We got it now under control. We have the speed mode in intervention here correctly. I think the problem was because it was still having the speed number here in knots instead of the Mach number. Because obviously as we're climbing up, the indicated airspeed lowers because the air pressure lowers. So the aircraft flies technically slower because it flies through less air. But, yeah, that's that one. Right, it should roll it the speed a bit further back. We're requesting 850 and it's still flying a bit faster than that. Very cautiously rolling in, and it's just into the right spot. Fuel voice is not thinking that we're having any issues here. It's actually econ speed, it suggests 086, but we're gonna fly with 085. This is in any case faster already than what the flight plan is suspecting, so we should drive a bit fast.
We're to Mike Hotel, the ground sun altimeter 1086.
1086, thanks. 712 Mike Hotel.
Can't expect any oceanic clearances. What the heck is that routing? He flew... Ah, no. Did he fly that part of the routing? Online time 13 hours. Possible he just left his aircraft alone here to fly straight, and then he just like realized he needs to turn down.
001 Moncton. 001's cleared to the... Verify the... Actually, just cleared back to Moncton Airport. Moncton 5 departure, flight plan route, squawk 3114.
Someone asked me, you barely hear something from the frequency.
2001, roger, check marks, and where you parked? Roger.
787-900 here, flying around here. He's flying with 320 ground speed in comparison to my 520. But yeah, there seems to be some decent amount of wind this direction. We should probably check this here.
What is 001, roger, admin departure, depart runway, correction, depart runway 29, balance on change. 20-001, roger, runway 29, taxi Alpha, hold short runway 29 and contact me there, ready for departure.
Yeah, aircraft is flying at speed now. Gallery time has dropped, however, to 23 already by 1 minute. No, not quite half a minute. We had filed it with midnight, so we're still in schedule. Let's hope it doesn't change more than 3 minutes, because otherwise the filing gets invalid. But it's not like there's still any controller online for any of my North American track crossings ever. Yeah, as you can see here, flight level 300 or so. Here's a massive wind that sort of goes this direction. You can see here. It sort of follows us. Yeah, between flight level 300, 180 and 410 here. And this is what we're getting affected by. It goes in parallel. So we're getting a decent boost across the pond here.
Okay, 873 Moncton Center, low squawk 3115. Cat 873 Moncton, squawk 3115.
3115, okay, ready. 873.
Fuel display here. 17.9. Check the progress page. Alloy expected fuel 50.6. At some point we will have to.
712 Mike Hotel, no traffic observed between you and the Madeline Islands. Radar service terminates 25 miles to the southwest of the airport. Surveillance terminates. Change our frequencies. Good day.
Change of advisory approved. Thanks for the ATC. See you, 712 Mike Hotel.
There's the secondary engine display. We're currently burning 2.1 tons. Wow.
2001, roger, wind 0503 knots, script takeoff from way 29.
Yeah, we can't hear that guy at all. He's transmitting.
Cat 873 identified, followable 340.
EPU is switched off, yep. The EPU blade is still on. The generator on the EPU is off, so... we're seeing some weather radar returns here, but they're 40 nautical miles out to the left of us, so they probably are below us. Weather pickup below us, so not something to worry too much about. Flying anyway at high altitude, there's not much of an issue here. while before we need to do our fuel switch over. Or we switch
That's a 483, leave my airspace, no further ATCs available, squawk 2000 for Oceanic, surveillance terminates, change boundary frequencies, cadet.
Is that me? I think that was the Lufthansa plane.
But 001 identified, turn left heading 160, maintain 5000.
Pre-tune. Oh well, we haven't actually pre-tuned. We don't need to tune anything. We've made up a 4 minute already to Ellery. The speed, yeah, we might just drop the speed just to get it to stop arriving at Ellery even faster than we are already.
001 clear direct to Halifax Airport.
Critical this rate. We're still 128 nautical miles out, we're 15 minutes away, and we've nearly made up 1.5 minutes already on it compared to what we should be. So I may just roll the speed back a bit. As you can see, it's not particularly granular adjustment here. Just pin it at 275 right now. Hi, it decided to switch itself to... It switched itself to back number by its own. Because that's...
001 Roger, climb 7000. CRS? Yes, CRS. The VR station is tracking right now. Yeah, he's on advisory. So Mission 626, Moncton Center, hello, cloud by level 380.
This control area is so large you can genuinely not hear most of the traffic talking.
Mission 626, Moncton Center, good evening, climb by level 380.
that this flight is quite funny here, how it's turned downwards.
So 626, I can give you about 15 before you hit the border of Boston, so just report when you're back.
These two are flying close together. When they're flying to different destinations. What altitude are these two flying? 700. Yeah, two different altitudes, so that's something. The expected arrival time is still rolling downwards despite its reducing speed. Trying to keep it in the 3-minute window.
They're good, Moncton Center will be back in 1 minute.
Okay. Moncton Center is gone for a minute. Let's hope nobody decides to crash in this 1 minute. Oh, but these are also two different flights. Two different... well, they're flying on the same flight level. Relatively close together. Same flight level, same aircraft, but one flew from Paris and the other one from London, and they're both inbound for Toronto still. Because the Toronto event will continue running. It's interesting, this sector still hasn't come online.
Moncton's back.
Okay, we have, I think, a new controller here. Just out of it. Check events. Thursday in Toronto, that is ongoing for another 1 hour and 10 minutes. We have Visit Mexico, which goes from 2:30 to 5 AM my time. So when we land, we could briefly pop up there, but nah, let's not do that. Let's not torture ourselves with that. We have a long enough flight in front of us. So you cannot enter anything there for the selected speed. Time to step climb.
20001, contact Halifax, terminal 119.2.
4:34, so 5:34 AM. That's right now predicting. It's predicting 51.4 tons.
20001, contact Halifax, terminal 119.2, connect.
Yeah, we're approaching the last minute or so. At this rate. We're on 60 nautical miles still. We hit Ellery. To go.
Captain Central Air France 356 with you. Flight level 360.
France 356, Moncton Center, squawk 3116.
Scoop 3116 Air France 356.
Yes, yeah, front flight, so just checked in. Sure it's him.
France 356, identified, flight level 360. UPS 119, leave my airspace, squawk 2000 for Oceanic, surveillance terminates, change out rate frequencies, good day.
Changing over to Unicom, Squawk 2000, UPS 119 Heavy. Have a good day. So, that is our handover. I still nearly missed that one. Squawk changed. And that track. We're still on our net track, but like the time the LRE continues to roll down, it's like way too fast. Gonna enter the net track too fast. But we're just gonna stick with it because there's no one online. We have gone through the step of filing it. There's no issue if I arrive too early on a net track, that is. Nobody else behind us is entering, so I should just not overthink this too much. We're gonna continue at 0.84 Mach and then just, if we hit as soon as we hit LRE, we're gonna accelerate back up to 0.8 Mach. Where's my second engine display? I think this makes too much of a difference for the speed fuel numbers. We are down to 16.9 tons. 16.9 and 16.8 tons. Once we're down to 9.4, we need to change over. Switch the override pumps off. And then shoot the neutral track. As such, there's just utterly nothing out here. Well, anyhow. Jesus, how long did I not notice that one? Jesus, I did not look down for a while, but nothing was really happening. Half an hour missed. Oh god, I score more and more achievements in terms of missing messages for a while. In about 3 minutes. Though we might not actually overspeed it because we were obviously there in like 3 minutes. The lower the expected time of crossing it, the more likely we are not to come too early. What is our expected fuel at LRE in terms of our flight plan here? Flight log here. Where is LRE? Here in the flight log. Yeah, there is LRE. Flight log 490. Expected fuel at LRE 517. So yeah, we would have burned some extra fuel for sure, because we had 2 tons extra. So we would be burning a bit more, but we also did a significant step climb here. So we shall see how this works out. Also, it is right now correcting actually a sort of up. 10 nautical miles remaining. That's 1 minute 15 till we cross the waypoint for sure. Seems to be a bit of a whale front towards the left and down probably. considering that's what the weather radar is showing over there. I have a larger route overview on the left hand side. Like just fully packed. It's 640 nautical miles. So we're about to cross Allery. Just outside of the 3-minute window. So, we are now in oceanic track. Increase speed back up to oceanic track speed that we requested. Let's go. We're now inbound. To Europe. So I think in Dredge we have a relatively shallow net track, we don't go too far north. Though, where's my flight plan here? Yeah, we go quite a bit north here, but like then it's... Especially with this waypoint here before we hit Resno. And then exit with Netkey to Dixon. Fly over the Netherlands in. But that is a couple hours away from us still. Quite a few hours away. Yeah, and as you can see, there's not much ATC left in Europe. There's a Munich ground controller online, but that's about it. I don't think we will see any ATC by the time we come in. Anything else happening somewhere here? Also joined the Discord server finally, so we should be fine now. Oh god, that was a questionable decision to open that Discord server. Fortunately, fortunately it wasn't too bad. Fortunately, I didn't have an actual NSFW channel open. Fun stuff. Free maids. Just give a home and meal. Cute stuff. Yeah, there's more analysis on things than like... Early March. So... Just need to answer some stuff. can see weather here, but like this is not something we need to worry about because it's probably below us. Second engine display. Fuel burn is roughly still the same. VNAV page. Optimal flight level, we have 1500 basically above that. About to pass our first track waypoint. That's not really worth doing a fuel check on. Actually, wait a minute. What was again the fuel number it expected us to have on the previous waypoint? 49. And we had 51.9 when passing it, so we had 3 tons extra. When we passed Fleur, we had 2 tons extra, so we are quite significantly burning less fuel. Even though we're doing a high altitude flight at this point now. And faster. Considering it's suggesting us a 8.67 for econ. Knots. Just stupid numbers at this point. So yeah, I should have probably actually asked for higher speeds. Truly, I do mistakes all the time. Fuel. There's 2 engines burning out of each, so it's burning 9 tons. This is about 4.2 tons per hour. That is then about 1 3/4 hours before we need to do the fuel switchover. So you're alright, folks, off and run the engines off their own fuel tanks. Passing waypoint. We have 50.6 tons in the fuel tank. And expected according to the flight plan here on the first waypoints. 47.5, so yeah, we definitely have now 3 tons extra. 3.1 tons extra than what our flight plan is suggesting to us. Our aircraft still thinks we are rather short on our arrival here. EDDK suggests we have 5.4 tons of fuel on the tanks. At that point, that was rather tight. I'm also expecting user waypoint to 42.1 and 34.0 for waypoint 3. So 41.5. It is calculating only 0.6 tons more, but it probably will have even more. Then it's calculating less for the next point. So. Neither SimBrief nor the aircraft do agree about how much fuel this aircraft burns. SimBrief, nor the FMC, nor the aircraft itself agrees on how much we need to burn to get to our destination. It's fun. It sure as hell is fun. That all 3 of these cannot agree upon this. There's nothing on the 40 nautical mile radius. We do not have to think about anything. It starts intruding massively into it, and yeah. We need to vaguely care about that. It's also expecting next waypoint at 52, which is only about 40 minutes or so. I'll have some time. Haven't prepared much for this flight, even though I should have. Last time around we were coding on we could ratify a release for data link. I had an issue with data link, and that was that the things for can I type? So, SDK plugin. Factometer 2 telemetry. There's another GitHub that does this, yeah. There's more out of date. Question is, does this work? Because I often somebody had forked this for Linux, sort of, but it isn't really worth it. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the same plugin again. Already getting tired, and we've just started the road. We're nearly hitting a ground speed of 600 knots. It expects to Mallory. And expected Mallory expects tell UK about 5 hours. Right. That is then what's 140, that would be then 4 hours 10, so yeah, probably landing before 5 AM at this rate. The thing is, I'm getting red returns even. This is starting to become a bit of an issue. But again, we're flying too high for this. They do not exist on our flight level, they're below us. The issue is, to be precise, the weather radar is pointing 2.5 degrees down, so you see more weather below you than actually above you. Then on your level, which is why we're getting returns that we do not really care about, because they're miles out and we're not going to intercept them at all. Again, once it starts actually getting closer to us, we will think about doing things. Right now we do not need to do anything. We can just continue flying here on our altitude as we want to. So. Should have picked the command speed out of the display here. Nah, whatever. Flight level has not been reached yet. Right, I kind of need to go to it. Maybe we could just do it because there's literally nobody around us. Once the aircraft are flying on that track here, these two are flying towards each other right now, but they're obviously on different flight levels, quite significantly different. Where did this guy start? He started out of Minneapolis into Frankfurt. So both of us well, I am flying a lot faster than him, because I'm getting a lot more tailwind here. This guy has been in the air for longer than me probably. I've been in flight online since 3 hours. This guy here with Lufthansa flight 4 hours 15. But it's also crossed the 1853 nautical miles and I've crossed only 972. So yeah, he's dispatched a lot faster. Straight up red returns in front of us. Must be flying over a storm cell. Yeah, North Atlantic. Sure. But yeah, as long as it doesn't penetrate our 40 nautical mile range, we do not care too much. Traveling roughly at 600 nautical miles right now, ground speed. So ground speed of 600 knots. So we travel 600 nautical miles per hour. This means we travel 100 nautical miles in 10 minutes. 10 nautical miles per minute. So yeah, that allows us. Which means when we have a closing rate of 40 nautical miles with 20 nautical miles roughly till we react, we have about. And that's how much time still? It's about 2 minutes. It's not much. About 2 minutes before we actually hit the weather. 2 minutes we have to also do the turn, and then we get around with it. Yeah, this is the badly angled weather radar does surely cause some issues. Surely does cause some issues. Gone over 600 nautical, 600 grad speed. There is somebody online in the ATC for which of the London Tower does this? Yeah, London Gatwick. Gatwick here, somebody's in the tower. Tower control here to Gatwick. There is literally one aircraft en route arriving here in. Oh well, long after this guy's gotta go offline probably. Yeah, he's gone online like a minute ago. Quite literally in the wrong airport because this one here has 5 aircraft on the ground right now, 16 inbound for landing. Which is arriving already. And the others are also like bang bang, like with 2 within the next half an hour, then 4 hours till the next aircraft arrive. So yeah, there's also a bunch of long haulers coming in here. It's very fun when the aircraft like sticks it like a sore thumb here. On landing approach to some odd island up here. Defaulted Denmark. 2 hours ago. Anything else vaguely interesting happen? Oh, the South for Korea area controllers online. This airport is interesting because the only way you can actually fly into there is having payware scenery, because otherwise these runways are missing. Because none of the freeway contains it. Isn't it fun? No controllers online in Japan, but like I've seen the last few days them actually online, but for now off date. In terms of VatSim Japan, there is actually controllers. Because if you look at this here, VatSim Japan, come on, load in. Because they have an event, well, tomorrow, sort of. Day would this actually be then? Because this is the 29th. Wait, that might not be. Is this 12 Sulu till 15 Sulu? Oh yeah, right, but they are ahead. They don't like the Americans behind, they're ahead. So this is still on the 29th, from 1200 till 1500 Sulu. The storm must be doing some shadowing here, or it's interrupted. As you can see, there's a massive black spot there. And in that black spot, there's obviously there's either no storm, or the storm is shadowing the rest of the storm island. So we have this light red area. But as said, it's not really getting past the 40 nautical. And there it was filled in. Yeah, it got shadowed. So yes, there is stuff, but not much. And the red stuff is very little there. And it's probably gonna pass it relatively soon. So yeah, go figure. But they are hosting this thing here, and this is not in the events list as far as I can see here. Friday has a lot of events obviously up, but we're busy racing, so not really doing any of these. That's the Northern Crossing event. That's by Minneapolis, Chicago, and Cleveland. Comes at Northern Lights. Rio de Janeiro, Rio Sao Paulo Air Bridge. Saigon to Hong Kong is happening around the same time on Saturday, but the Japan event is not listed. This one is. As you can see, there's a thing here, and while we have an issue of being unable to really read it, it sure as hell exists here. Going from Tokyo to Narita International Airport. 12 to 15 Zulu. Isn't it? It is Kansai Airport also mentioned. Title, Kanto Kansai International Airport Shuttle Event. The target has been greatly revised. According to the latest chart, it has been in the latest airwork. Please be sure to update it. Man, the translation seems to be halfway decent for machine translation here. E-test receives at the time of arrival at the initial contact to approach, and the okay, it's getting a bit confused here. I've been requesting pushback, initial contact to ground. Do not have face track the weather information in advance, cooperate in reporting the observed time of confirmed weather information. That seems to be a bit odd of the spots in the Tokyo International Delivery when requesting pushback and a clearance request. Alright, initial contact with Tokyo International Tower and ground. After landing, initial contact with ground. Yeah, tell your parking spot. That's important. There may be differences between the current route and your environment. The controller specifies the route according to the latest ground chart. If you that you cannot run, please notify the controller. Okay. Tokyo International Airport. This is a routing from Tokyo International till Narita. This is RJTT to RJBB. RJBB is the Kansai International. which they want to do here. So it's Kansai International fly-in from either Tokyo or Narita. We just trying to dissect what is going on. Recruitment controllers. That is definitely, I'm pretty sure, an auto translation. Editing history. Oh, people can say where they want to fly. Would you like to participate? Pilot from Kanto from Kansai International. But yeah, we're gonna get our Air Peach aircraft out because we're gonna finally actually be able to fly it on a regional route. It's like on a route that might, you know, actually fucking exist. So that's fun. The advantage of this entire thing is that Japan has coverage of charts, but they did mention that there were changes in the last AIRAC cycle for this stuff. So that might be a bit important to check the dates on these things. The latest AIRAC cycle is relatively new. We're looking here at RJBB. Romeo Juliet Bravo Bravo. Come on. Are you drunk or something? Okay, I guess I can click this even though it's still loading infinitely. So, receive telemetry from VatSim. Yes, I'm surely flying over, rolling on this airfield right now. Surely doing that. There's an international cargo terminal. That's fun. Passenger terminal. Bunch of parking spots. Heliport chart. The main thing is in a new tab. Okay, you can't show these charts here, I guess. They have to be requested here, and you need to log in for the approach chart, for the departure charts immediately, for the stars. Immediately not good. No charts, not good. And it asks you to particular information service. Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. Yeah, classic Ministry of basically everything. They don't have permission to show those charts. Do we have the SID charts? Yes, the SIDs for some reason exist. They have the SIDs, but they don't have the stars. That's interesting. Do we have a dating of these? Is this chart here dated? Yep, 2023. So these are not particularly new by any stretch. Considering they specifically said, hey, this stuff has changed quite significantly in the last AIRAC. Yeah. Yeah, I might finally need to buy an Navigraph subscription. Because it's like, I keep running into stuff like this where like, you don't have charts for this airport, or this problem, or that problem, and it's just like, you know, I can make my life a lot easier by just not having to deal with that. Really. ChildFox is great, no questions about it. Sure as hell loves you these things to fix certain problems. But this approach chart here is a bit newer. Not much. Sure, it is a bit new, but we have approach shots, we just don't have start shots. Which is definitely interesting because that's a bit of a problem. I mean, Microsoft Flight Sim has a relatively new error constantly, so I should be able to index, ident. Yes, the nav data active here. March 20th to April 17th, 2025. That's the error cycle that Microsoft Flight Sim is operating on. And the next error cycle behind that even as well. So this is fine. We should have at least in the sim everything, but we don't have charts for it. So it makes it slightly harder because you usually want to validate stuff, but you know, the important charts are there for approach. It's just the start charts that are missing of this airport here. So let's actually just generate these things. We want the... I mean, we could also fly DC-3. Right, we could actually like really be fucking obnoxious. Fly a Pan American DC-3. Hopefully we don't cause a fucking incident because of that. Could like, oh yeah, you're flying an American aircraft and you're talking English, like... that could rub some Japanese people really the wrong way. Flying a defunct American airline that was around during the Second World War. That surely could rub someone the wrong way. But it's also like, what was the other airport involved here? Tokyo International RJTT. Narita RJAA. Because I haven't flown my DC-3 in a while, so I'm like, kind of want to. Wait, this is a site. But I mean, even if the DC-3 is not too bad. It's a 2-hour flight. And that is with my usual taxi out and taxi in times of 30 minutes. That's doable. What's the event again scheduled here for 1200 Zulu till 1500 Zulu, so 3 hours. It starts 1300 my time and ends 1600. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna work, I guess. Also, where the situation is definitely dissolving in front of us. Right, well, how far are we out now from the next waypoint? About 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the next waypoint. So, now you do actually, wait, they do give actually routing that we should use. So, we're flying currently from RJTT, I think. We have programmed right now. No, RJBB, we have programmed to RJTT. So, which they want this routing via Saphire, Uplal, Yakyo, shuttle, J71 to XEC. So, let's copy. Yep, XAC is in the routing and shuttle is also in the routing already, but the others aren't. Let's dump these in here. Yeah, immediately it can't find the fix Saphire. Uplal also not found. They would have to be manually then reprogrammed back into the route by me. Because it drops them also out of the route programming if it can't find it. Which is a bit silly because we kind of need them. But yes, this is the routing we need. This is out from Osaka. Let's see here. It's Tokyo. have Tokyo Haneda. Either one of these is funny enough. But where is actually Narita located? RJ. Ah, there it is. It's the alternate for us. It's up here. The alternate. So yeah, go figure. I think that's a perfectly reasonable routing here. Fortunately, it will probably also be still a night flight. Just well, let's just briefly get the can I please type sunset time? Sunrise and sometimes that's time. Okay, it's daytime right now. For them. They have. Well, I'm operating on Zulu time, but it's the. Oh yeah, right. The event organizers do give JP time here, from 2100 till 2400. So yeah, that gives you a rough idea because sunset is 1824, roughly. So yeah, it's another night flight here over Japan. I can't touch them too much. I fly usually at night anyway. My fault for showing up at bad times. My fault indeed. Page looking. 7.8 tons expected at our destination before already gained not like 7 minutes or so. And this is going reasonably well. Looking right now. How many hours of flight time is that? Come on, brain, you can calculate this. I believe in you. Not really, but like sort of. You need to be able to do this at least. About 3 hours 30. We're still remaining in this flight. Burn still a bit before we need to do our fuel switch. Or fuel switcheroo. VNAV page at optimal altitude has climbed nearly to flight level 360. Nearly. Still flying a bit high though. For optimum, but whatever. We'll continue for now. Anti-ice is probably engaged because we have it in auto mode. Well, no, the engine anti-ice does not need to be engaged because we are flying in cruise, so you don't need to. But like during climb and descent, you need to engage the engine anti-ice if the outside temperature is true air temperature is below 10 degrees Celsius, and here in this case, as the tat up here is minus 12 Celsius. Not minus 12, what am I saying? Minus 27. Progress page. Another minute to go here. It's ticking down to the waypoint. Miles. 1 nautical mile. Starting a turn for it. Next waypoint 45.2 is our fuel at waypoint. 45.2 at opposite user waypoint 2. Here. So we have then that is 3.7 tons extra. Yeah, 3.7 tons extra. We're really not burning much fuel at all. This is starting to slightly become a problem. There's significantly lower fuel burn than expected. Interesting, when you pull up the second engine display, the cabin altitude actually gets displayed. Choice. Fuel flow is here displayed, pressure, oil temperature, all of is looking fine. Okay, fine as well. Waypoint is then right now, but also 15 minutes out. RGBV is opposites available, or Just one random. Oh yeah, there's some of them not available. Linda chart is not here. The upload chart is not here. The onboard chart is not here. Rinku chart is missing. Software chart is missing. Tomohe's chart is existing again, and the upmem chart is missing. Brilliant. So a bunch of the charts are still missing. Where is the... There's the flight routing again here. We're flying till Saphire. So... Yep, the Saphire chart is specifically missing. Specifically, the one we would need is missing. The one RNF chart we would need. Oh well, that's not great. Let's see. Pretty sure that one. Grand chance. Does this one at least exist? Yes, it does. Okay. The airport seems to have less issues with its chart. Haneda seems to have everything here that it needs. Vamos! Oh, there's some fun waypoint names as well. Star charts, because those are the ones we definitely need desperately. We're coming into an Axax. So we would need here Axon, Rosa, more Rosa charts, Woodine. Huh? I'm missing the chart I kind of need. They give you the exact arrival. So that's the last waypoint here. And Axac should lead into then some sort of an approach. Wait a minute. Hold on, Axac is Oshima. Hold on a minute. Oshima. Ah, yes. Exact. As in the Oshima viewer. Oh, that is sneaky as all hell. Right, okay. Now, Oshima comes in a fuck ton of different variants. Just in case you get even more confusing. Yeah, it's Shima to H arrival. This is the night RNet, which they might use, they might however also not use because, well, sequencing and for flying VatSim, so it doesn't matter too much if we noise abate people, but it's like, yeah, this is optional and not really a massive requirement here. Tatiyama. here to then go to Kaiho, and then from Kaiho, these routings in here, which is boy howdy some routings. But like you understand why this is night routing, because you have the entire metropolitan area around here. You can see the outline roughly of it. So this is how the routing effectively goes into this. So we check the map here. Yep, that is the metropolitan area. So you route along the coast here, and then straight in for the approach. Also, how much brain damage do you have when you can see the routes over here? So roughly here goes the Hoku River project, and you can drive back here, this road here. It's like, yes, I can see the routing here. This road goes here underneath the airport till over here, and routes roughly till I think here. Routes back up. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. Definitely cool stuff, I would say. Oh yeah, there's the entire list of the Toshiba row, because you just... Radar services were going out. Okay, this is a... yeah, this one goes into for approaches for these two runways. So the night procedure doesn't care which runway you go in. They just transition from Kaiho into different approaches. This is also a runway that's just laying over here somewhere, just randomly. Aerodrome shot briefly here. It's not easy to read this aerodrome chart. Yeah, this is a runway here, 22. And here, over here is the other runway. I could just stop teleporting me. Runway 05 and 23. And then there's also two runways here. Two longer runways. Runway 16 at a displaced threshold. And runway 34, right. Yeah, 16 left. So these are left, right, these aren't. They're just offset 1 degree. And then there's this chart here. It's a close-up of the terminal building. Oh yeah, it's a less detailed map. We have 23 and 05. 2204. And 2 runways here. This map doesn't highlight the runway. Both of them don't highlight the runway particularly well. If they're, I mean, they're literally from the Civil Aviation Bureau. But like, boy howdy, I have some issues with this. They do zoom in some of these areas here a bit, so that's for apron, so you know where the parking spots are. But still, this is like, don't like this. This is way too crowded, really. Oshima 2 in arrival and Oshima 1 in arrival. Both of these then lead into approaches for the same runway. It's just their routing around here is different. They have to be followed quite precisely, these approaches, which is going to be slightly fun considering I'm flying an aircraft that doesn't fly over 9,000. Yeah. Sure as hell, and I need also, you know, track balls to descend, so 11.3, 19.3, 18.1. Yeah, this should be doable. I need 3 nautical miles per 1,000 feet, so minimum. So you have to do this manually with the DC-3. My left-right arrival. Yeah, this is for the north arrival here. Transition from Natty and Sandy. At least the waypoint names are like actually pretty English readable, so that's nice. I do have to say this, it's quite doable. Snoke. Newman. Like, is not an approach shot. But yeah, this is the Oshima left right. There's Oshima one heading this direction. The 1B and 2B approaches for I don't know for where did they just go to Bacon, and I don't know how they could. I think the lines are drawn wrong because they're not connected to any of the runways actually. Yeah, 1B to go to these parallel runways here. For the runways, this is for the 1A, K, and 2C, or for the straight-on approaches for. I think that's 3. 1/6 left and 1/6 right, and then this is like 3. This should be then the 320 left, 32 left, right. Anyways, probably. There's so many different routings for the same runways. Like, I've not seen that before. But it makes sense. This is a massive airport that has so much difference in terms of approaching aircraft. It's just usually you have your last fix and there's like one routing. Well, Frankfurt has 2 occasionally. Like Frankfurt has also 2 actually. But they're usually in a single chart. I mean, this is like has also 2. We should check Frankfurt out. Approaches here. Let's check do all of the approaches work, or do we have missing approaches here? RMP, ILS, RMP also working. ILS. Control and LDA approaches. seen that name before. Oh, Jesus, that's an interesting fucking approach aid here. This is, I think, why the lines were going so wrong. It's like I looked at the, I think, 1N chart, and I was wondering what sense did that chart make, and it's like now it suddenly makes sense because there's nav aids on the ground here that are basically giving you glide slope in this direction, and then you have to offset turn into your actual approach. That's kind of insane. Be alert to runway misunderstandings. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, this is nuts in terms of like an approach to fly. Also, holy hell, this missed approach procedure here. If you go missed here, you have to turn right. It's like, I thought I had seen already like a lot of shenanigans with, I think, the RMP approach. Was it into what airport was this? Somewhere in not Norway, it was Greenland, where I tried to land and then failed and had to divert because the minima where the weather was way below me being able to get runway visual at minima. So yeah, that just wasn't happening. So I diverted there, and yeah, this is pretty similar. This is kind of insane novel approach procedure. Right, the ILS does exist, right? ILS normal approach procedure, but I think the reason why this silly procedure exists here, right, when we grab our charts here again. Now this is normal here. The N1 chart from 9 lot is normal. But when you check the, I think it was the night. Oh, I've definitely did it. Miss a night. Yeah, you can see it here happening. There's the straight-in approach for the lower runway, but the upper runway, 22 gets this procedure, and here you see this turn here straight in for this marker here, so you can then turn into the runway from there. This is unholy shenanigans going on there. But I don't know what these lines here are, because you sure as hell can't from this angle land on this runway. Right? You sure as hell can't approach in from there. The LDAW procedure from Bacon. Disconnects from Dike. This does the same, but like this does a missed approach to this direction here. And it starts at Kaihu back here. LDA localized approach. Just this is stuff that like for sure is old at this point, because today you would just do this with an RMP approach. This would be an RMP glide slope approach with the turn integrated into it. But obviously this has an advantage because this is technically a precision approach. Sort of. I don't know. Don't take my word. I'm not I'm not an expert. Did you go try RNF for this? This approach to work. Yeah, there's an MDA. Visibility at least 6,000. MDA 1,000. So like the MDA is pretty high on these approaches. Then again, your missed approach is before sort of you hit the... Yeah, before you even hit map T, because map T is here marked. So you hit the MDA here before map T. So you have to have visual already like roughly here to your runway. The Zulu. is for sure one hell of an approach procedure. And this is just the localizer approach in here, straight in. Yeah, there is immediately an RMP procedure for this runway here. Because this was insane enough, so they decided for 23, like, oh yeah, we can, you know, be sensible and do this, which also allows them to actually stay completely above the bay for the entire procedure here, which is pretty cool. So you do this entire thing in like one turn here, maximum indicated airspeed of 165. Whereas our descent curve here, just at 4,000, altitude you turn here from 3,300. So 1,490. Where's the MDA on this one? There's none? Or is it just the same down here? LVR about 800. I guess they don't expect a CAT A or B aircraft to fly that approach. Because CAT C and D, this is size increasing downwards. So CAT Delta has to fly at 1200 with an 330. It has to have an RMP precision of 0.30. In here with relatively low minima here, 330, which is roughly like an ILS. It's like a really cool approach procedure here. I have to very much say that's a really cool one. And this is the classic ILS from over here, coming in at the map T point of VDP and I'm confused. Yeah, the DHMDA LVR here. Oh yeah, this is for CAT, which is for the ILS approach. This is for the localizer only approach. So the ILS has actually a higher minimas than the RMP approach, which is really interesting. The circling approach here has 730. Circling procedure here. It's interesting that that one is written out because I don't see it written in here for the circling. Critical DMEs. I don't really see a way of doing a circling approach here. They give you these headings for like where you can roughly see the runway. It's interesting. Let's Zulu here. It's just less track mounts, I guess. It comes in obviously from Kaiho. Way over to there into Lubby. That's the initial approach fix. But if you check Zulu here, this is a longer approach here. Salvo at 4,000 here. Approach fix, and this here is 1,500. Yeah, you're a lot lower with this one. This is what it is, a lot less track miles on this one. They also have the LDA approach. And as you can see here, this is how the LDA approach for this runway also works here. Which is why you had in the previous chart also seen this here, so there's two LDA descent paths. Multiple step descents, and an MDA of 1,000, so... But I don't really, outside of an aircraft that... I mean, my DC-3 can do both. My DC-3 can technically fly the RMP, although this requires a lot of precision. I don't know if my autopilot can do such a precise RP really. I wouldn't trust it to do it. But this year it would be technically capable of flying. So those could definitely, if we're gonna see them, that's gonna be fun. But also hell. It's like fun in the sarcastic way, and fun and also the like, holy shit, this is gonna be utterly ridiculously fun to fly. Yeah, more localizer when they approach. Oh no, we found at least already one map that is the GLS approach for that runway. 434, which is a decent likelihood you get one of those. Localizer is less likely. And VR only is even less likely. I mean, GLS is not impossible because the GLS approaches are the RMP approaches for that runway. And in case of lights, obviously if the others are in op, they probably come in handy with those. Precision approach terrain chart. Yep. Other charts, holding patterns. Look at all of those holding patterns, it's kind of cute. They're everywhere, there's so many holding patterns. It's kind of cute. You just hope that you're getting of them. So when is our next waypoint here? 10 minutes. 10 minutes the next waypoint. No weather around. None. Nothing. We can see already Resno, so you know. We're roughly then an hour out from hitting Resno shot already, so getting there. But yeah, this is, as far as I'm concerned, vaguely doable. As long as that my aircraft can do the programming and the routing exists. As long as that thing exists, we can do it. So software departure is missing, so this is a bit annoying. We'll just have to deal with that. It's expecting 39.4 tons of fuel remaining in that waypoint. Expecting it to reach EDDK with 10.3 tons remaining. But that's... If we continue to save fuel the way we've been saving fuel, we should be fine to arrive there with more than enough fuel. Right, so we're sort of trying to figure out some things. Because this plugin is a bit out of date, but like, add some new power flights. So, review briefing here. It expects about 1 hour 37 to landing. It should be doable. Should be doable, so there. this flight here. Wait, we haven't given it an airline. Obviously, this is PAA. We need a number. We sure as hell need a number. What number can I use? Could fly 68. That would be a more fitting number when we fly in South Korea. Well, Problem Solver 68 because, you know, Blue Archive is a Korean game. Not like the Japanese really make good gachas these days anymore. You only have can call, and you know nobody really cares about can call. Azure, after all, Azure Lane exists, so yeah, it's kind of overshadowing it pretty badly. So. Let's check the map. Is there anything happening right now? And there's Lufthansa plane still above us. We're definitely keeping step with that guy. He's flying a 787 wing. 1,260 hours. He's flying at 41,000. We're a bit lower than him. Well, we have also 2 more engines we're carrying around with us. Salkel's the Moza and our Salkel is wait, why is it saying that my Salkel is no wait, that's I closed myself. PSA, yeah. Because you can't use U, so I decided to go and this aircraft doesn't seem to have one attached to it compared to my other aircraft, so I decided to fill in parcel service arrived. Yeah, creative, I know. I think I will take a bathroom break after we've reached the next waypoint. Well, that's only about a minute away, and then we do a fuel check as usual, and then we will just take a bathroom break. Let the aircraft continue to figure itself out. I'll probably crossed out at 39.9. What is our flight plan expecting of us at our third waypoint? 1, 2, 3. Expects us 35.8 tons. So we have now in excess 4.1 tons. Yeah, this aircraft is definitely running a lot less than expected. flying also high. But it expected also higher fuel burn like going at 1000. So yeah, the numbers are not good. They're not quite right. So I will leave this now as is for a bit. Let's see. the aircraft. Ah yes, we're sitting through the auto panels, yeah? Yeah, this is normal. This is fine. Right. Calibrate everything back in. Yeah, because it didn't let me do much in terms of movement, so... hello, are we allowed to move? Because I for sure want to move here, but... yeah, we can definitely interact with things, but like, just let me move. Hello, is it some sort of button stuck on? Because I want to do movement. Like I usually do. Sure, I can interact with buttons here. Yeah, I have to lean back just to get my view correctly. And yeah, we need to do the fuel switchover. So let's do that briefly. So override. No. I need override pumps off. So now the fuel tank engine clear. No, we need to fight this thing because it thinks we need to sit somewhere, I don't know, else. I don't know what's broken right now on it, because it just decided that, you know, we're not allowed to move or something. It's just really weird about it. Because I usually can just move with the arrow keys, but it like doesn't let me. Huh. This moving works still. But the slewing in any direction doesn't want to work. Okay, I can move in these poses, but like obviously they're bad for like just doing anything. Because I want to move in my pallet pose. But I'm not allowed to for some reason. Like this toy? Well, what is going on? Why am I not allowed to move here? Because I'm sitting also a bit high in that one. Gives me all the different funny camera positions you can take for getting to any of these places. This one I can move again! Yeah, we found one, although I think this is slightly angled downwards, isn't it? Feeling we're sitting on a bit of a downward angle, but like, at least we can move again. I don't know what broke it. All of a sudden to just convince it to be like, no, you're not allowed to fucking move anywhere. Although it's still very limited for how high I can move. At least we can move back and forth again. Yeah, what I wanted to say, as I have a small co-pilot now with me. I've done this trick before where I stuff him into my VR headset so it will continue showing an image. There's a Wuzuban. It's just stupidly adorable. I'd been like thinking about buying it for like over a year and finally pulled the trigger on it. It's very fluffy and very adorable. I'll actually get to that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This might end badly. Okay, we got luck. Oh no, oh no. You already know what this is. We're gonna get a little graduation at us, but Jesus, that's not great. I saw her there. There she is. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to scroll down on that one. But we can open this, I'm pretty sure. Yes, you can see the rosa buttons here. Plushie. Restock in June. She has a new version of the plushie. That is burn the Roseban. Why would you burn it? The poor Roseban. But yes, this is the one I have. Look at them. They are just way too cute. I mean, laying them next to a friend, I was really, really something. But yeah, I have this. It's such a good. I have this in my arm right now. They're very cute. Yes, indeed, they're very cute. So yeah, this is in the 4th anniversary set as well. But yeah, very not nice, I would say. That's spicy. I don't like them too much. I like these here more. They look nicer. So, but yes, we we do not scroll down. Do not scroll down. We don't want to get banned. I'm gonna soon exit our net track. Yeah. Has anything happened in the meantime? No, doesn't seem like it. Does not seem like we have had anything. Yeah. Anything has happened in the meantime. This probably hasn't seen anything either. So yeah, there's still a Lufthansa plane north of us, flying slightly faster than the Lufthansa plane, so slowly catching up though. Okay, I have these online here. Controllers. Scroll in the middle of the night, so somebody flying a C700 from Dresden down to Munich as a Lufthansa flight, which is interesting. I've flown them usually as my ARC flights. This here is a VFR flight. It doesn't have a flight plan. The expected time in Cologne right now. I'm gonna probably get till like that's 5 AM, so it's just over 2 hours still away. Still currently on that track. What is our wait, where is our what is our VNAV page right now? The mouse cursor is right now not aligning correctly. It's having different alignment depending on which eye I'm looking for. I don't like that. This occasionally happens when I fetch this. Okay, here it doesn't have it. Like, obviously we've gotten the problem where we're stuck right now in terms of our seating positions with this perspective. I mean, if I just sit very upright, lean a bit back, we should be able to calibrate ourselves. Hello, could you kindly face forward? So if I sit down again, no, this doesn't work. Need to lean quite a bit back for it to do what I want it to do. need to actually sit probably closer and further upright. And when I lean back, it's further away, and it still runs with the same problem that at some point when I lean forward, I lose tracking. So interacting with this thing is a bit difficult. Economic curve speed 860. Our optimal flight level is just barely gonna come up to 370. So we should have probably stayed for that track at. I mean, it would have been best to fly level of 460, but we can't fly at 460. So, yeah. We have to also stay at 370 for a bit because our maximum flight level is still stuck at flight level 4062, so we can't even climb up right now. Road legs, we're about to pass user point 04. We should be starting soon to plan our descent and approach. Is it gonna step climb at this point? It's planning a step climb still, but I think it's probably not gonna be worth it. Gonna probably finish here at 370. Yeah, engine fuel should be balanced, so if we recall now. Yep, it's gone. Fuel balanced. We should start our descent planning in here. What is this formation here? A320, A320 and a 757. Really close bound to gaggle together here. Buying at 38,000, this guy is at 36,000. From Lotz to Edinburgh. Yeah, they're flying 2,000 feet apart from each other, but everyone is flying their own airline. Which is like, I'm sure they're like free friends, but like, I cannot verify because, you know, they fly all different airlines. It's a bit confusing. We have here ENT, which is Inter Air Spain. Easy chat here. And then the last one is jet2.com, which has Chanex as the call sign. I'm obviously relatively boring with UPS. UPS has UPS. It has UPS in this. It's a bit more interesting. DLH is Lufthansa. Kind of still boring. EFR's Air France. It's the EFR aircraft departing. Is that a 380 on the ground here? Yeah, 380 to Singapore. It's not departed yet. And the 777 back to San Francisco. This one, British Airways, BAV, but that gets the call sign Speedbirds. This is here a Singapore Airlines with this Singapore. More boring in some ways. It's an easy jet. The Air France here, this is the VFR flight. That's right. I'm getting here a turn here. The next waypoint. So, fuel check 3500. And use a waypoint. 4 it was? Yep, it was last. Coordinates-based NATRAC point. So, we are having 4.5 tons extra now. Coming pretty well in now. So. Expecting the POC arrival. So this is here the fun part, where there's a shit ton of waypoints in this section of the flight, even though we're not flying particularly far. Yes, there's the POC obviously here as the last waypoint. Oh yeah, that's why it's step climbing at some point. It's keeping us at this flight level here for a while before it picks up. It goes to step climb. But yeah, man, considering we can more easily get step climbs at this point, I would wait for a step climb to at least get the optimum up till halfway to the next step level. Is slightly crowded with all the information on it. Once we pass, where is it? It's key. We are out of the NATRAC, and then once we hit Dexon, we just go. We hit net key, we'll start accelerating up to Mach 8.6 because this is calculated our economy speed, so it makes sense to fly at the economy speed. Soon step the range down on this display. You know, we're still traveling at a lot of speed, so makes sense because this is roughly what we can cover in an hour, what we have roughly on our display right now. Fuel looks to be burning fine and everything. Still fine. So. But yeah, what this does is that the wing light is a light that you can use to see if there's ice building on the wing. So that's what this light is used for. It's not really useful for lighting up anything else. Yeah, it exists. Lights here. Taxi light does nothing because it's attached to the gear, which obviously is retracted right now, so it doesn't do anything. You can display meters also in here. That's neat for flying in China. Not really used for anywhere else. You must need to get figured out what go down in Cologne. I can see the F. Standing on the ground right now. United Airlines. He's inbound for KIAD. Washington. Sharp turn on that track here. Thing is, if I step climb to... Does he have another step climb planned in his flight plan? Because he's flying already at 41,000. TLA, he's passing at flight level 10, but then he doesn't have any further step climb planned. Oh, I didn't have any either. Especially checking mine, I'm not even supposed to be at this high. Should be at net key at 3,500. Flying a lot higher, a lot faster. the optimum will never actually reach during the NAND track here of 370. So it's for sure a bit ambitious to this high, but probably spend the most time being close. As I said, 460 would have been the best, but 460 doesn't travel this direction. What's this guy here doing? Doesn't have a flight plan, as far as we can tell. Flying VFR. Yeah, you're sure you're a VFR flight at 36,000 altitude. Ah, yeah, there we see our step clamp marker in the mess of points. So ETA to next waypoint. 10 minutes till rest. Med key comes relatively quickly after that as well. Go to the progress page. Unit key expected C23. So is now with an expected 13 tons of fuel. That's interesting routing out of there. He's gotten. Yeah, there's a long flight ahead of him. China has complete control right now? Yes. Republic of China. Yeah, cover flight level 780 exclusive above. Wait, sector, that's a sector. Yeah, he has here sector control, so Chinese airspace is right now online at this time of day. At 3 in the morning, night time. Japanese airspace is not online. Chinese do that more regularly, I should really make use of that. Ah, yes. Yes, sure. Solar training and progress all until April 6th. We also have over here control in Thailand. No, Thailand, in Cambodia, I think, Laos. Mekong radar. Mexico radar is right now online till at 5 AM. we were in finalizing actually this flight here and wanted the flight number for this thing. What can I do? What can I pick as a flight number for this? Radeon still hasn't captured any VOS. We obviously have still some multiple ones to go. The flight numbers have actually used with the PA. Oh, the typo here. 101, 17, 177, 1948, 1949, 200, 201, 321, 333, 356, 404, 404, 46, 596, 65, and 789. Phase 101, which wasn't actually a flight. You might tell for the 4 minutes I was on the line. That call sign. APG 177. 285, 299, 418. Hard flights here. We've just passed res now. Fuel on board 32.4 tons. Res now 32.4 tons. This gives us 4.6. Roughly adds up. Yeah, 4.6. 4.6 extra right now. Next waypoint, once we pass Medkey, we will accelerate. So they're definitely not on that track anymore. A380s flying here. A Qatar Airlines and a Emirates from Istanbul to Paris Charles de Gaulle and from Istanbul to Charles de Gaulle. How could you tell that there's two friends flying again? Information. Are they flying different flight levels? Nope, they're just on the same flight level with enough distance between each other. What was the yeah, there's the formation. They're getting closer to Edinburgh. Lufthansa plane is still ahead of us. We're still chasing him. Chasing him the entire way so far. Chase himself down, although he flies to a different airport obviously with me. Flying to Cologne and he flies a bit further down to Frankfurt. So I'll just start my descent a lot sooner than him. Alright, we want to also plan our descent. Yep, it's starting to turn. Net key. So passing the net key now. As the VNAV page here suggests, although the econ speed is dropping actually. Econ speed is sort of dropping, so the increasing speed here is not the best solution. Yeah, we exited the net track without it ever actually being our optimal flight level. Let's check. What is this? No seeming increase in our fuel burn. Fine. Still utter darkness all around. Nothing to be seen anyway. And as far as we're concerned, we probably won't see anything to that. Fuel page. 7.9 tons in each tank. Going to plan. So, then let's actually go and plan our arrival in EDDK. Okay. Pretty sure EDDK is a supported airport. EDDK. We also know two aircraft here departing out of Edinburgh down to Bristol. An EasyJet and a Ryanair. So a 7337-800 NG and an A320 CEO. This guy also flew the wrong altitude here for the land track. And I don't think he actually flew a land track in general, he just flew something. His own routing. The problem is we have no clue where he's actually flying. No actual clue where he's flying. And the 380 has, for Singapore has departed now. It's climbing out. 350 on A330-300. Came from Rome to Detroit, Budapest to Paris. Has he been online at this point? 1 hour 55. Yeah, he's definitely resting out. Aircraft impound for it's the plane here above me. So let's get some information. EDDK is my arrival here. Meter. Weather reports 28th at 150 Zulu, so pretty out of date. This was 2:50 a.m. was the local time. Variable wind at 2 knots. Cabo K. QNH 1016. Let's actually switch this over here. Yeah, I think that's 1016 hectopascals for what I can read. But 1016 hectopascal, no significant changes. No wind really, 2 knots variable, good visibility, 2 degrees Celsius, weather that we're landing into. So, we're coming in here for probably 1-3 left. We have as our last waypoint in our routing, we have Depok is our last waypoint. There's Golok, Gopak. I don't know if we might have a bit of a problem here on our last. Oh, it found a VR beacon. It finally found something and it's really happy. Found a VR beacon again. So we can figure out where we are. So the receivers are tuned to the VR. We're also gonna have the fun that we have to manually tune the ILS frequency here. But yes. We have here the Nov arrival from North. Gopak and Golok 113. Yeah, okay, there's Depok. Depok in the list for runway 202. It's, you know, a bit of a problem. Depok, there's Depok. Depok 2 Charlie or Depok 2 Victor. Köln 1 DVR goes over it, and then the Cola DVR NVMe. Victor over the Viper VR. This list here, and it doesn't help me too much with actual turning into my funnel approach here. Although we could just check how we have transitions from Cola or Viper in our approach shot. From there we can continue. So. Unless there's Novo, there's Viper. I think Novo is the VOR beacon that relates to there's the Köln-Bonn VR here, which is a different one. This is the one that sits on top of the airport. And this transitions either into Viper here as a waypoint. Yeah, we have here for runway 06 here. You come in from Depok, you go through over the airport, go into Viper, and then you turn into the final. Go over Depok, the VOR to Cola over here. But it only makes sense if you want to do a downward approach into this. Either way, the Depok rifles are not great. This would technically leave us the option for going either way, but I think it's a bit short when you go over Depok to Victor, into Viper, and then go from Viper into the actual approach shot here. This list here, but what's the routing actually that gets us to Depok? Yeah, from a rookie over T8556 into Depok. That's how we arrive at Depok. There we go, over KBO to Viper. And from Viper we can transition into our approach. Has at least this one here, because this has at least 2 Depok arrivals here drawn in, even if it doesn't use them. And here the ILS approach for 13 left. Okay, Novelchik has the approach via Cola. Oh no, Novelchik. Oh, Nervenich is the here, Novo. Or Cola. here into the ILS for 31 right. So chart here. But yeah, right, I forgot to put the other approach chart. Can't fly the RMP because it's missing. Probably not program these. What we're gonna just start now. Departures and arrivals. EDK arrivals, there they are. We wanted, as you can see over here, you can only see approaches. We have only RNAV approaches and localized approaches for 24 and RNAV for 06, but there's no ILS approaches for those runways. So we have to tune the ILS manually. Now the ILS frequency does work, I've verified this. The ILS does work, but so as verified here. Depot to Victor into Ripper. Depot to Victor. Then no transitions. And we want then the approach. It doesn't even offer the new runway numbers despite that they exist. So yeah, that's fine. So let's go for 32 left. Just without having selected VFR approach, set this in. So now let's set the map. I don't assume the map too much, but we can start some map, I guess, put in. Just deal with the lag when we plan. So route legs. Discontinuity after Viper immediately. That's fun. Yeah, the runways exist, but the I guess if we go back here for this and just select the approach. Let's loop. Yeah, it doesn't have an extended center line. I don't know how to program this quite in. Definitely have a bit of a fun one. We have to basically vector ourselves in. So, radio navigation. Can I manually enter an ILS frequency? We'll try this now. The weather is good, so we can probably even fly a visual approach, but preferably we will obviously use the ILS, which is tuned on 110.90. 110.90. And of course it's invalid entry. Because of course you can't just fucking let anything happen on this fucking airplane. It's like, why do I even think that I can just go, oh, I can just tune this manually? Of course not. That would make way too much fucking sense. Why are you sometimes like this? Genuinely, why? Why are you like this? There's no reason why. To be like a piece of shit like this, where you don't want to fucking have these things. Okay, sure, road legs. Let's go back down here. Then, because I've tried this, you can enter the waypoints here that are listed here. Like, let's go here. They exist actually in the nav computer. There are a lot of waypoints around Lichten, so yeah, I was about to say Lichten is connected at least to that waypoint. Oh, it's deciding to not fly for Viper. You can see there's like a Viper's over there, and it's just like, nope, I'm shortcutting the entire procedure. I'm like, politely go fuck yourself, because we sure as shit need to fly through Viper back to like that turn is pretty damn illegal, because we need to then sharp turn back into the approach. Right. This is not allowed in the slightest. But yeah, this is then the fun part of figuring out how to program headings from VORs onto this thing. Because if we could tell it to fly to this waypoint here before we turn into... before we turn past Lichten into the ILS approach. Invalid delete, of course, it's an invalid delete, because of course we can't just have nice things here. Yeah, this thing is fucking annoying. It's like, flying into Cologne has to be a pain in the ass, because they have to obviously have brokenness and sort of thing. No, you need to install this mod, because it's, I don't know, you were drunk or something. Breaks, however, everything basically. Quite literally everything as far as I'm concerned. But yes, how can we manually set a frequency here? 'Cause for sure this has to be possible. This has to for sure be possible right now. Pages. Can I manually insert instead of VOR something? Okay, you can override the VR. I want to copy the VR. So we can technically write in our ILS frequency into the VR receiver. Which might work. So you can go back to doing funny shenanigans with this. But we can technically, I guess, tune our VR, ILS through the VR receiver. You know, that might work. Because I guess I can't select ILS here. And this does something, but I'm pretty sure this is gonna cause a massive headache in terms of just deciding to not follow the track correctly. Wrote like pages. Yeah, there's for sure some speed restrictions on this, aren't there? Or not, I guess. No, there's holding speed below 5,000 feet, maximum indicated airspeed 170. However, I think this... Yeah, here it's restricted to 170, to this altitude, but it's not restricting the airspeed. So we're gonna just do that very quickly. And tell it like, no, we need this airspeed here. At this waypoint. So you need slower speeds for landing then. But this didn't really impress us in terms of making it to the waypoint. So that's fun. What does a Lichten have in terms of altitudes here? Lichten needs to be at 3,000. Right, we need to intercept Lichten at 3,000. At the top of descent here. I can just check this very easily. So, is this land finally in front of us? Or we're finally finding landfall here? Well, we're already flying over land, that's even funnier. We're flying already over Ireland, that notice it. So, we have now an approach programmed in. At least somewhat. You know, we're trying, but like it's... I have not particularly good feelings about this entire thing. What is VNAV? It doesn't want to step climb anymore. Good. So it reckons the econ speed is 857. We'll probably let this thing go back to... There's my thing here. Road legs. Switch this back to math mode. So yeah, it wants to fly at 854 right now. And then top of descent will be between Remba and Spee. Towards top of descent. So, now let's snack it into VNAV. It's commanding 857 in VNAV mode. So let it actually VNAV now. So slight speed reduction. Fuel burn. 6.9. All fine for bounce. So obviously still a decent chunk of time out before we hit Remba. I don't see anything on our display right now yet. Way out in front of us. Display. Yeah, reslides here. There's quite a few pages still of waypoints left before we reach the end of line. What if I delete this discontinuity actually? Just force it to fly. I think it doesn't like that one. Yeah, it seems to get very confused. Oh yeah, right, we're approaching 3.2 instead of 1.4. Right. Approach, change over the runway to 1.4 left. Let's fix. This is, I think, deleted our LitGo waypoint. Right legs. So we have to fix this back in and also give wrong direction. Give this waypoint again its speed restriction. 70. Button 70. Speed restriction here. Next page, and then fill in here the waypoint. Oh, did I misprogram again the fucking waypoint name? Oh, because I have done this mistake before. Ligdu, okay, and I've programmed Lidgu. Yep, now it is doing this turn here. It's still deciding to just go, oh, well, we're skipping this waypoint, instead of, you know, flying through it as you're supposed to fly through it. And there's runway 14. What's this done here? Oh yeah, right, I forgot we can't move. For some fucking reason. Can't move. Just use this, just to move closer, even though the mouse pointer is not aligning correctly here. We're going over the buttons. My left eye, it is working though, so we can just close an eye and hope for the best. Delete this can return unity. It's trying to give it sharp. It's like, no, we're just skipping this waypoint, and I'm like, no, you need to fly over this. You badly need to do that. Like, badly, and it's just, nah, not really important. So it's like, for fuck's sakes, you piece of shit. Like, why are you not flying over it? It's quite important. I have a feeling we might just delete this waypoint here. Yeah, remove the entire arrival and just go, fuck you, and program in a approach via work. I was like, I mean, the waypoints at least are roughly where they need to be, so I guess this could work as long as, you know, this thing is not too stupid and things that can descend down as fast as it wants to. And we need to obviously do some reinforcements. This 110 altitude here for Lichten. 170 speed is acceptable for it. Lichten is obviously the final approach fix. But yes, I'm doing this stupidly sharp turn. What happens actually if I change the autopilot bank limits? Swap back into this camera here. If we swap back the autopilot bank limits, this might just adapt itself and fix itself back out. But this should roughly give us what we need here in terms of getting this approach done. The only thing missing is, you know, having the ILS actually work. That would be the last thing that we need desperately out of this. And Lufthansa flight is starting to get ahead. Still a bit ahead of me. Trying to desperately still chase them down. Custom brief. Select out code DMRS. Back into map display. We've fought this long enough. This has to now vaguely work. In any case, we need to start doing our... How's our progress page actually showing? EDDK is now expected still 5:10 AM. 16.6 tons remaining in the aircraft at that point. So roughly 305 tons in terms of weight in the aircraft. So landing performance, aircraft, this airframe still. Airport, EDDK, runway, 14 left, landing weights, 305, flap setting, flaps 30, populate, why not? Because that's not what I got in. Okay, if you think that is the current weather that it has, that's from the meter I got. Was no weather really to be expected. Yeah, 220 Zulu. Also at this point pretty old, variable with 2 knots. So I don't know, I disagree if that's weather adjustment. Let's just calculate it. Auto brake 2 is enough. That's maximum landing weight. So let's trim that. We ref 152, we approach 157. They still have about 2 hours to fly there. We might be out of the nut track, but like we still have to fly all the way down there. That is what my FMC is predicting. There's a 380 coming the other direction here. There's a 380 departing. Yeah, no, that's the 380 that came out of London. There's the one 380 coming over the bay up to London. So many waypoints coming up here. Yeah, I have my map currently at a range of 40 nautical miles. That's like nothing. Let's set a bit of nautical mile range here. 160 is still a good idea. Let's do a fuel check at Ampit again. Yeah, my left VOL seems to have, since I manually configured it, to not automatically switch off to new VRs. Something to keep in mind. Select delete on this. Yep, and delete, it switches automatically back itself to that. Perfect. I just manually tuned it to a different VR. Okay. So we're passing a waypoint right now. We have 25.7 tons in the aircraft right now. We need at the waypoint that we were expecting here. Amp it, we need a 20.9. So we are carrying 4.8 extra. With some pickup on the weather radar right now. Yeah, it's still pretty high, so not sure if I need to be concerned about it. But yeah, there's the VR that's captured with 1, which is part of my route even. So on the CDU progress page, you can see the descent point. Yeah, oh yeah, to top of descent here. Right, 348 nautical miles. Still to go till top of descent. Good, that's the... no. That managed. FMS, verify or set FMS to nav1. So to verify local, auto brake as required. Manifest verify on. Fun part is because how this aircraft works, if you disconnect the autopilot to manually fly this entire procedure now. You do lose, you don't have a dedicated button for turning the landing system on, which you have on the Airbus, which is quite neat on the Airbus. Dedicated button for showcasing the glide slope dots. So it's quite easy to manually tune and set the ILS. Yawning so much. Sure as hell I have a lot of distance still to fly. And it's getting smaller and smaller here. Yeah, we're going to check out touchdown at like 5 in the morning. Crosswind at this point. Not tailwind anymore. Increase my speed. Yeah, we're turning downwards here already while he's continuing here up here to fly. Just fun routing over the top of London. As you can see here, so could just shortcut off the route here. To get a bit more straight routing, but like on the other hand, we do just plot over Belgium, yeah, so I feel like it makes the most difference here ever. Maybe if we had, you know, started up here to just straighten out our flight, sort of made maybe more of a difference. Yeah, we're just letting it fly now. Yeah, our ground speed is genuinely right now below his, so he's running actually away from us. When is Luxembourg control online? It is our day? What are you doing here? It's 4 in the morning. What are you doing online? That is hilarious. Control online at 4 in the morning. Pilots online 615, 417 VatSim radar connections. And 85, 83 ATC. Connections. Aircrafts. Check how many other Boeings are flying right now. Choice right now flying around. Twin Otter flying here somewhere. 767 300. 727 200. Should go to flying somewhere here. Boeing 747 400. Oh, yes, high ground. And Boeing 747 800. 3 of them are online right now with me. 2 others are online with me. Filtered the wrong aircraft, I think. Yeah, that's a misinput. say I need to be visible. Down here is one is a Lufthansa flight that is going from Frankfurt to Johannesburg. And then we're missing one more. Ah, here. Lying down here is short hop from Carrasco to Sandoza. Sandoza. There's also ATC coverage down here. They still have some in the Americas. Not really much in Europe. Besides, this is like one Luxembourg control that has like a few screws loose could be got lined at this time of day. So. Interesting shenanigans are flying around. Lufthansa plane has just landed here from Munich. What flight to fly in the middle of the night like this? It's a Science Squawk 1000 actually flew in 2000. Departed. Yeah, online for 6 hours? That was just a short hop from Munich to Frankfurt. How did you take 6 hours for that? What the fuck are you offline 6 hours for that flight? You fall asleep, you spawn in and fall asleep and then wake up again. It's like, oh yeah, I need to fly this flight. I'll pass below the A380 coming in here. Should start descent after us. Pass below him. See in terms of our nautical mile display Cologne a bit nearly. See, I think our top of descent point. The descent point is 349. Yeah, no, our next waypoint is 320. So like that gives an idea. So yeah, we're about 29 minutes away from our top of descent. So we really should intensify our descent briefing here. I think I will tune the ILS localizer. Now the RadNav page 110.90. Not do anything. Closer down. jumped in. We had already programmed most of the approach in, so just leave most things just alone at this point. Do the minimize right now, and also do the performance calculations. We still need to do that. Somebody checking into London traffic, but like it was very faint. This aircraft here, because that should have been loud clear. He's flying about 1,000 feet below us, which is a bit scary. This VFR flight that flies without a flight plan. Yeah, it could be this guy here checking in that he's starting his descent, but it doesn't seem that he has done that so yet. He's not coming into London. He's not coming into London either. It could be this guy departing. But like again, I would have a clear radio transmission for them. It's like I'm looking at the aircraft that are arriving at this point. And the next aircraft for this would be this one here, which is this aircraft right here coming in. Which would make sense if it's him. But I understood definitely something with a 9. Because nothing has a 9 in his approach thing. So go figure. We're flying here now. So it's big and then we're gonna turn right. Lufthansa flight's track leads him like here, so he might not even cross me. Actually, he flies just straight up here and then down. So he might not even cross over me till Cologne. We wanted to check our minimums in the chart. We're flying a Category D aircraft. Category D or Category E? Yeah, it doesn't make... of allies, it does make a difference. 420 is the highest. So considering all of the issues we've been having, we will just set... parametric minimas to... 420. Blaze it. So 420 for minima. And we can weather radar display. Yeah, I think we can see EDDK now already. We can see our destination display. Turning into the final stretch here. restrictions on any of these waypoints? Don't think so. Road legs. It's expecting to pass at 1200 feet. So we're gonna clear ourselves down to... Oh yeah, right, we need to enter the transition altitude. That's a good reminder. I'll show that when I open the airport here information. First of March is the next booking here. This one. No times. Yes, I think we can enter this transition altitude 6,000. So the VNAV page. Is it enter the VNAV? Descent planning. Speed transition, yeah, it is correct, the speed transition. Transition level, flight level. Nope, that is now. Is it flight level 060? So we now check into our page here. Does this now reflect correctly? Flight level all the way down? Yes, it took that one correctly. So that did the job. So we'll have the warning for flying at any flight level correctly at the correct time. Progress. Top of descent. It's 20 minutes out. Oh yep, there's a new meter in with the wind numbers we got earlier. QNH 1015. So click down. 1015. Us to 17 ton extra. So we're burning only about 4 tons until our destination, which puts us at around 600 now. So now overburn, we're gonna just go up 1 ton extra. Offsetting 30 out of brick 2. Let's set that up. 2. Turning a bit much for us flying here, just relatively level here. Nothing here. Fuel check. Looks all good. This also shows the cabin altitude on it. Jeez, for cosplay, have we making a passenger airliner cosplay at the freighter? Realistically, it isn't a freighter. Encroaching here. Oh yeah, that's wait, it actually reduced to auto brake setting. No, it's upgraded us from auto brake to brake 3. Short braking distance. To brake 3. Oh, the wind has rotated, that's why. We're in a wind inversion. Wind has decided to rotate because the wind is so weak. There's not really much happening. Yeah, this has better, more up-to-date details than VatSim, so yeah. Yeah, the wind goes around the roses with us. We need to do our performance calculation though. Before we do our descent. Where is the perf? I think it is over here. Index. Approach. I guess we'll select our flap speed here. We can't seemingly enter our. I mean, there's the wind component in Celsius already, but like we're getting. One invalid entry. Of course, you of course can't fucking enter anything in this aircraft. Would make too much fucking sense if I was able to enter anything. Sure, we've set this. The numbers roughly line up what we need. doesn't just drastically, massively change, then like, yeah, we're gonna just land like that. That's fine. Okay, I think we're crossing the English Channel now. We can vaguely see, yeah, we've crossed the English Channel already. We can see Brussels in front of us. There's the UAE aircraft flying the other direction still. It's probably gonna descend sooner-ish, rather than later. Where's our Lufthansa flight gone? Ah, there he is. He did this like massive like zigzag movement up there. And we're turning now a bit right more, which should get us more of the path of the more out of the path of the Emirates flight is coming northbound here. So you should be clear to descend when he needs to. Because, you know, I'm coming up to he's flying into Heathrow. I'm having to start descending roughly where he is. So yeah, we have busy airspace here for sure. Fortunately, there's no traffic overlay for this. You just have. We would otherwise see him easily on our. Data, airports, waypoints, stations. There's the weather radar, which we have over here on, but not much is showing up. Because obviously it's still far out. Should do one more thing left off at the. Well, we could transition easily to the other approach. No, it's not a big deal, but also the runway is so long that if we have just one knot of headwind of tailwind, it's like, really, do we really need to care? No, okay, good. It also changes its opinion like every 5 minutes or so. We still have some track melts to come in. So, yeah, missed approach is. KBO 5DB. Whichever is later, you turn here towards a holding pattern at well, let's put 2.8 DME fixer at KBO. Oscar. It is possible. I've seen people do it. I've seen people do it. So, what is your problem? Why are you not taking this? Oh, come on. You can... I've seen people fucking do this over the fix page. Just enter your fucking effects and then enter its distance from it. Alright? So, what is it that we can't enter this? Which format do you need again here? Right? Do I need to like tell you the brightness as well? Oh, Jesus, what the fuck was that? Because I didn't move and like my tracking suddenly decided like I'm sitting half a mile over here now. Oh yeah, we still can't move. And my overlays have also shifted massively. Thanks! I like how my entire play space decided to just suffer an aneurysm and fucking teleport itself out of into Nirvana. Oh, come on. Okay, that fixed it. Well, as much as, you know, we need to recalibrate this entire shit show back into a shape that vaguely resembles where we're sitting. Okay. Because, you know, we can't move anything. We're still sitting too high and everything. Like... So, yep, this now gives us roughly what we want. So, our overlays are roughly positioned where they need to be again. So... what do you want from me now? Genuine fucking question. Why is it like so difficult to just enter a stupid fucking fixturing around a thing, okay? Invalidate. What do you mean? What do you want? I've seen so many people do it constantly, and it's like as soon as I want to touch anything on this thing, invalid entry, invalid entry, invalid entry. It's like, fuck off. No, I've seen people able to do this. Why am I not? Why am I immediately the one who just gets shafted for shit like this? Who doesn't get stuff that works? Right? People regularly just set DME circles, and it's like nothing for them. But like as soon as I dare to fucking touch this feature, it fucking explodes in my face. Yeah, now I need to what the fucking ad. God. The entry formatting for fucking things is just awful. I will just be fucking honest. So where he does this? On the FMC. Hello, do you look at the FMC at some point? I know you to program that's very detailed. Programming there. Select approaches. Enters the zero fuel weight. Programs the... This is all fine, I've done this all before. This thing. Come on. now he's just stuck in the fucking overhead panel. Because I know he's done fix programming. Putting himself a fix around the departure chart. Just so he knows when to do stuff. Like there's some sort of fucking funny formatting that you need to adhere to, and like it's just otherwise doesn't like. Where's the fix? I know you put it down. Fix. Some FMC message. Reset MCP alt. What is that supposed to mean? Reset MCP alt. Shut up, Google Ads. I've tried to scroll through the video to figure out stuff. Oh yeah, we're reaching top of the sun soon. Very soon. Let's see here. So we should start our descent here. We'll just tune this entire thing down to about 1,500 feet. Yep, he is still not descending either, so I'm probably the first one for us to descend. Yeah, Lufthansa flight is right now passing just north of Düsseldorf, so he's gonna soon pass north of Cologne. So, yeah. And it's already interacting with the VNAV to capture. So we're starting our descent automatically. After having tuned the altitude. We're now in descent. Yeah, let's receive tuned. I think he's also descending already. He was flying higher than that before. It is struggling right now to keep up with the descent profile. Dude, this is your descent profile. You should be able to descend it on your own profile. Can't do much if you're too stupid to figure your own descent profile. Yeah, let's just catch up to the path. Like, okay, there it is. It's moving again, so let's start the speed brakes again. And watch it immediately shoot out again. So yeah, because for some reason it just suddenly arrested its descent rate briefly while I retracted the speed brakes. Like, why did you do that? Are you actually completely retarded? This aircraft can definitely belong into a special category of being especially silly. This is the altitude it's targeting that it has on this waypoint, this altitude. And it's not looking right now that it's like having a good time on descending here. Could do a speed intervention here. Tell it to fly a bit faster down. But it needs to still shed the speed before we... Oh yeah, you can see it immediately caught up by me being like, yep, you can descend faster. Yeah, the VNAV mode is kind of a tad bit retarded at times. No, you're definitely not rolling the engines up, you fucking idiot. You're not rolling the engines up to just re-accelerate onto a speed number that I decided. But yeah, just giving it more speed was just the way better, easier solution for this problem. We need to gradually reduce the speed then, but yeah, this thing is gonna figure itself out. Because effectively, this is sort of just a masked VLC mode. So we're gonna just slowly inch it down by 1 knot at a time. Although it doesn't seem to do much because it's not decelerating to it. Could easily just close the throttles to get the speed loss down. Nah. At which point are you gonna do something about me deciding to pick a lower speed? What you're flying right now? As I said, it sure as hell could descend faster. Ah, this is rolling finally down a bit, the speed. Letting it slowly roll the speed down to where it's back into non-interference speed, and then we will tell it to fly non-interference speed. Okay. Yeah, we're coming in fast here for descent profile here. Definitely needs to figure itself out because it needs to slow down at some point. And it doesn't have many fragments. So. But it is on the descent path. clearance. Moment. We're about to pass Iroquois and Depok. Pushing the engines up to keep speed up, despite us having to reduce speed on the moment. Okay. Kiss is registered on there. Let's go into the radio nav page. You can seemingly not copy out of these. Seemingly it has captured at least the radio localizer from the ILS approach. So that's something, but we can't seemingly enter an ILS. Yeah, it just doesn't like that. .90. Can we set it somewhere? You can pre-select something here. Also, it seems to be turning very sharp right now to make the corner. Back and go. Pull this also in here to this level, and then we pull this display in one click further. And go advise the traffic here, our intentions. Keep the chart open just to fly as much manual as possible. Could tune the other thing to the Veteran KBO 112.15. Oh, it's just auto-tuned itself to that one. 112.15. So this gives us DME readouts, at least manually. So. Cologne traffic advised. UPS 119 heavy on approach to Cologne. Runway 13 left, having passed Depok, going through Depok to Victor arrival. Why are you rolling the engines up? We need to descend further. And also we need to reduce speed badly. What are you doing? What the fuck is armed and everything? Fucking idiot software. Let me help you get the speed down because you're way too high right now. Still too fast for under 1000. Come on, roll the speed back. No, it has selected its new speed target. So we will likely pull the autopilot in a moment so we can manually fly this correctly. Because this is shortcutting half the fucking procedure still. And we're not wanting to do that. So. Guess we have to press that button. Autopilot disconnects. Still put your runners down manually now. But maybe we just reconnect the autopilot and just set it into heading select mode. Rolling here. Asking for it to do that. Drag required, but that's fine. Get flaps out. The heading bug over here. Maybe reconnect the autopilot again. Still though, its speed is incorrect. Because we want 170 here. Which actually requires us to get more flaps out. Sort of for what this thing thinks needs to be the profile, but we're not flying this profile. Okay, standard, however, needs to be set manually. Flaps because we're flying a bit slow here for this aircraft. Yeah, aircraft, this is kind of your job at this point to roll the engines a bit up. So. Now that we're passing this waypoint, we need to change our heading over to 268. Perhaps started my turn earlier. Anyway in the moment. Completing this turn. Pull the aircraft back out of it. getting definitely a bit long now. So we can now start our descent down to 3000. We haven't completed our turn to our track yet, and we've sort of a bit high now. So let's just tune the heading a bit back this direction. This looks roughly right. To climb me right now. Do we want to descend, my friend? Desperately kind of want to descend. That's a bit fast for descent at this altitude. So come on. Aircraft. Aircraft, your engines. Getting close to stall speed here because the auto throttle was very slow in responding to that. Jesus. I think there is a reason why a Boeing pilot usually do not use the auto throttle when hand flying. Because boy howdy, sure it doesn't work well when you're doing descents like this. Come on. Checklist incomplete. Oh, thank you. We forgot to do Thermometer sets. Speed brake needs to be armed. Sort of fighting right now the aircraft to stay in trim. Can we arm the approach mode? Well, localizer mode engaged. For a hot moment. Sure as hell need to turn here. I think we can capture the localizer here. I think we're not getting an ILS approach here, are we? Below in traffic advised. UPS 119 heavy, turning final, runway 13 left. Definitely too far out still. Shouldn't set yet. We've still a lot of track wall, so we can. Come on. Can we force you into approach mode this time now? Ah! This time it actually hammered in approach mode and is holding it. And we don't have the ILS glide slope points.
2500.
Landing out. And roll the last two steps.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
I have
Landing gear.
landing gear out. VREF configured. Bit on the left here, as far as I can see. And a bit high. Oh yeah, we don't have landing lights on. Thank you for running with that, but like I don't think that the load is for that. We're high again on profile, pretty badly, but we are visual. As far as the poppies tell me, we're not that high profile.
1000.
Flaps are on landing. We are fully configured, as far as I can tell, although we are definitely off the center line, even though the thing is trying to tell us that we are on it. I don't trust you anymore, and we will just fucking flight handling. High on the glide slope now. Still high.
400. 300. 200.
And I'm
Minimums.
continuing, obviously.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, that was not a good landing. Oh, what? What was that airplane? Throttles? What the fuck? I engaged full forward thrust. Because the reversers didn't engage. Sure, that's a fun one. But yeah, we got on the ground in the end. Despite it, as far as I can tell, the ILS didn't work. This was purely an unguided approach down. Definitely not how you're supposed to do it, but like how we ended up doing it. Cologne traffic advised. UPS 119 Heavy has vacated runway 13 left. But yeah, for sure she is not easy to fly in. Now, we have some fun here with taxiing. Aerodrome shots. Because we have to cross now runway 0624 to get to the cargo apron on this side of the aerodrome. The cargo apron is here at the front. Flaps. Cologne traffic advised. UPS 119 Heavy crossing runway 26/04. That's runway 06/24. Traffic advised. UPS 119 Heavy has cleared runway 0624. We're racing a bit fast here right now. Yeah, kind of wants to be driven slower at turns, but like, my levels of care at this point have reduced quite significantly. Right, and we need to move a bit to the left because you know, we have wings, quite large ones at that. Yeah, they're still like very tight here. Thank you, game, for having these funny disconnects and reconnects. Just make taxing a joyful experience. Yeah, right, the approach mode calls to go into vertical speed, I guess. To get this entire thing, a stabilized approach path, sort of. Yeah, this was a mess. Because I couldn't enter the ILS frequency, it just said park. And therefore, like, that's not useful for me in any way, shape, or form. Because I have to manually tune the ILS frequency going in here. Because all the approaches got broken here. I should probably just remove the mod and like see if it fixes the approaches back into existence. Because they probably worked in. Right. This mod probably breaks this stuff unnecessarily. So we're gonna just pick here parking W16, I think. Thank you for your constant disconnecting and reconnecting. That is totally necessary in any shape or form. Not already needs this. So we're probably taking up 2 spots here, 3 spots here. This is that large. Whatever. So, turn the landing lights off. Not this blinding it anymore. Let's roll forwards into our parking spot. probably now be fully in. Catch a parking brake. Oh wait, that was the landing gear level. Man, Alexa didn't just fold the landing gear and kill me, that process. But yeah, that looks right, about right. Look at her, she's here. Finally. And yeah, as you can see, the wings stand out of the gate position. Because yeah, this aircraft is kind of too large for this. But yeah, we're gonna park it for now here. So, parking brake set. Flaps are up. Nope, we don't want to move them this direction. No flaps. Flap up. So, we're standing here on the ground with 17.5 tons remaining. On taxi in so the fire reserve plus alternate is 10.155, so we have 7.55 tons extra, but like this also includes the taxi time where I had way more than I actually needed, right? I didn't taxi for that long. But these 2 tons already extra, although the 2 tons were more than our taxi fuel, which is interesting. So our total taxi fuel is 1.3 tons. Let's complain about fuel tank again. What is the issue with the fuel tank? Because they are balanced now. So, yeah. Well, we have the engine still running, so we don't have external power, so we're going... Let's actually start the APU. Let's start shutting down some of the engines. Alright, most engines down while we're firing the APU up. Come on, APU. Don't have an APU info display though. Ah, APU running. There it is. So, APU on, APU bleed on. So, run that down. Switch the fuel pumps off. APU is gonna continue running. Engine shut down. Bleeds off. Pipe can come off. The anti-ice into off. Actually off. Beacon lights off. Light stays on, strobe light stays on, wing lights. Purple light definitely still on. Bit more dome lighting. Still winding everything down here. So RS is to off. Your number can stay this way. Let's just double check we have wall angle on here. Cut off, engine bleed off, hydraulic pumps off. Fuel pumps off, windshield heat off already. LTS off, beacon off, seatbelt sign off, flight directors off, throttle off. Transponder off. Stand by. Packs off, AP off, and then so. And okay, we can't even switch the batteries out. We got 49 minutes of daytime flying and 5 hours of nighttime flying. 6 hours of total flight time, it calculated for us. Which is roughly what this plan here still expected from us. Yeah, 5 hours 55. Pretty bang on. That is pretty bang on considering it calculated with slower speed Mach numbers. It's like quite a bit slower speeds than we actually flew in, so that's very interesting. But also with a lot more fuel than we sort of expected to carry till the end. Yeah, 5 tons extra nearly. I mean, we've added Fleur like 2 tons extra already. So if we say we have 5 tons extra over this flight distance here. We also flew higher, and that might have been also something of a factor. Contingency 5%. Well, but that's not 5 tons. That is not 5 tons, that's 2.7% here. This is 2,700 kilograms. Not 5 tons though that we have extra. That's roughly the alternate fuel we had extra carrying around. Yeah, on the leg fuel here. What was the fuel number here for the trip fuel? 55,500. If we say we can safely drop like, what, 3 tons or so out of that? .5. No, that's wrong. It's 3 divided by 55.5. That's about 5% that we have that we can get rid of without touching the 5% contingency. So we will go into saved airframes on the UPS plane here. And apply fuel factor of -4. Lands here, 1,000 feet. Limited on no fuel flow data. Going for a fuel factor of minus. Let's go -3 for now. Although we were calculating already with less than we actually did. Also, we were flying higher than what it planned us. So maybe we want to nudge it upwards. Let's leave it for now. So. I think I forgot to save the flight here. Yeah, my dumbass completely forgot to save the fucking flight I had planned earlier. Delete this flight also about it. Delete these two as well because we've completed the flight. So, new flight, DC3, PAA, departure, RJBV to RJ, T, where's my T? TT, it is. Pick 13 and then insert the pre-given routing, ignore the complaints from it, and just save flight. Save as new flight. So now it is in the saved flight list. Perfect. So I don't have to think about it. So. Although we technically need the EDDK ground shot. We don't need the ground shot because we're gonna depart this airport at some point eventually again. Oh yeah, we're technically still online because we haven't disconnected my client yet. So online time. 7 hours 18. That sure is more than enough now, isn't it? Just under 7 hours of stream time. Yeah, I shall say. Good night. Bye bye.